Hey everybody, how you guys doing? How are you guys all doing today? Hopefully the audio is good. Looks good for now. Anyway. Alright. See some people in. I'm not gonna, oh hey. Nice to see you, Inflazion. Yeah, man, it's good to hear that you guys are good. Always, always. So, today we're gonna build an iris, so with LEDs, in Switch LEDs. So, I'm not going to lag this intro too quick because that's a fair bit of work. But I am going to kind of show off some cool stuff that I've got really recently. Somebody was really kind, not Geo was really kind, and hooked me up with some Alps keycaps that are pretty pristine. They're an 1800 layout, which is pretty cool, with a big ass enter, but you know, whatever. Obviously won't be using that portion of it for anything probably, but they're like really clean. Like you can tell there's no shine or anything on there. Super, super nice. Hey Gucci, what's up, man? Don't worry, we're getting to your thing soon, but that's not sitting right here with me. I gotta go grab it because that thing's awesome too. Saving the best for last, guys. So that's pretty cool. So I got that. You know, some stuff that's not really all that crazy. Got some more Zelios and Xylants. I needed a few more to round out some that I had for a build. And some Zelios for me. I think these ones are 62 grams. So along with those 1800 caps, there was a bunch of Alps whites that got desoldered from that board. And they're really clean, like extraordinarily clean. So I'm pretty happy to have an extra set of Alps whites. And then on that subject, NOS Alps whites. New old stock Alps whites. A fat bag of them. And I'm really excited about these because honestly, I know people may or may not agree with me. So maybe you could tell that they're new old stock here. Probably not enough light for this to focus well. Yeah, you can't see that there's no solder on there. I could show you under the other camera, but super clean. Yep. Anyway, so super nice. Anyway, I'm really excited about those because in my humble opinion, although I don't think anybody ever accused me of being humble, in my humble opinion, new, like, really clean, complicated white Alps are honestly pretty much as good as blues, as pretty clean blues. At their cleanest, I think they feel really, really similar, and it's really, in my experience, as they start getting dirtier, that for whatever reason, blues seem to be somewhat superior in feel to me. And then I got some Cyrillic Alps keycaps, which I'm pretty excited about. These were used, but they don't look very heavily used. They're pretty clean. See if we can get... There's no real shine on them, but there's like a section here or there on some of them where it's obvious that they're not brand new, and obviously they're a little yellowed because they're old, but they're not super yellow. So pretty clean. And then that's going to take me over to probably the coolest. Well, honestly, I mean, it's not probably. It's one of the coolest vintage boards, I think. Definitely the coolest one that I've got. And I'll show you guys that. That Gucci was kind enough to let me in on. Oof. I don't know if you guys recognize it because mine doesn't have a badge. Mine doesn't even have the underside sticker intact, but if you guys know what this is at all, you should kind of recognize this shape. And what makes it really special isn't really what you can tell from here probably, but this has Blue Alps in it, not buckling springs. It's pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. And let me get a keycap puller and pull one of these caps off and show you guys. And so, the way it got delivered to me was pretty cool, but I took all the switches apart. Yeah, I'm trying to get good lighting. I mean, you can see that it's Alps Blue there. Anyway, I took it apart and ultrasonic cleaned all the sliders because they were fairly well loved and a little dusty in there. Yeah, look at that crazy stem. It's huge. Anyway, and then I dry lubed them by hand. And they're pretty cool. There are a couple switches on here that are chattery, and one that's pretty close to dead, this numpad 6. And then of course I got a cool Hasu cable to plug the Model M's in, and I've tried it, and obviously that's what I'm saying. There's definitely one or two switches that don't quite work the way I want. So probably what's going to end up happening is at some point I'm gonna actually desolder those and put other Alps Blues in. I have some, so I should be good. Yeah, I think there's like 3 or 4 switches that aren't that good. Well, I'll figure it out, man. You don't need to send me more Alps Blues right now. I appreciate it, and I mean, if you're sending away Alps Blues for free or something, I'd take them. But you know, I'm not trying to make you do work, man. This is a really awesome board. It was cool that you hooked me up. I really appreciate it. It's definitely one of the most interesting of all of the, in my opinion, it's one of the most interesting vintage boards I've got. Then again, I don't have a ton. I think vintage boards that I'm looking for that top the list is like this. I really would like to get an F107 one day. And actually, I'm looking to try and find a Data General dasher, and actually I know somebody that used to work for Data General, and I talked to him today, and he's positive that that he in his current office has some old Data General keyboards. He's not sure he has what exactly I was looking for, but he knows somebody he's pretty certain would have one, and at least would be willing to sell me one. There was which on eBay? There was an F107, or all right, I will follow. Oh really? Dasher D1. So the D1 is not what I was looking for, although that's pretty cool, actually. Anyway, I'm not gonna buy it at the moment because we're about to stream. But thank you so much, man. I absolutely want that information. Gucci, would you mind sending that to me on Discord so I have it for later review? That would be pretty spectacular. I would appreciate it. Anyway, put this back. And I'll grab the meat and potatoes of our build today. So what we're going to be building today, as the title says, right, is an iris with some Zelios. So we're going to do white in-switch LEDs with 65 gram Zelios. And yeah. And so this one has black plates, black plate pieces, and clear, well, and clear centers. So The only thing I've done on this is I flashed the Pro Micros to make sure that they worked, because, you know, if those didn't work, it would be pretty worthless, I think. We basically would be building something just so that I could take it apart one day. Anyway, without further distraction, I'm actually going to move us over to the solder station so we can get started and we can get this build going, because this is going to be, I don't know if it's going to be longer than any build I've made, because some of those have had issues and they take a long time, but it's going to be a lot more soldering work than most of the things that we've done. So I want to get started. So without further distraction, as I say, I'm moving over. Oh, crap. Sorry. Thank you very much, Shocks. I appreciate that. So yeah, what I was saying is, I'm not sponsored by anybody, but I wanted to, you know, represent what we're doing here. So this Kibio, obviously this is who the iris comes from. You know, we're talking about those juicy Alps over there. Always got to represent that. And then last but absolutely not least, Heinebusch. All the things he's doing, I support. Oh, and actually, I'll switch back over for a second and talk about this for 1 second. The other thing in that frame is EPBT slate going on right there. So that's a Heine thing. That is Heine's baby, and it is awesome. I don't have any of the accents on there because with that board, it just seems right to do the red and the grays. But oh man, there's one more thing. GMK Calm Depths. Ooh, got that Calm Depths going, and it is beautiful. Can't wait to put that on a board. Anyway, let's get this going. So I pulled up the build guide for you guys so that we can see how this goes. I pretty much know all the things that need to go on here, but it's actually the first one I've built. So even I'm going to follow the instructions on this guy, because why wouldn't you, right? There's a lot of soldering going on. So as part of our iris build, you know, we've got all the parts here. We've got a TRSS cable, we've got diodes, we've got Pro Micros, we've got Pro Micros, and again, this is the only part that I opened up because I had to check out the Pro Micros and make sure they would take a flash, which they did. TRSS cable, we'll use that later. The LED support kit, a couple resistors and other SMD components that we'll use, although that's really the only SMD component. Anyway, let me turn Firefox off there. Yeah, so the TRSS jacks, the 2 reset switches, and then a couple more resistors, and then these diodes in a strip, and then our two iris PCBs. So when you do this kind of a build, you choose which one you're going to make the master, and I think I'm going to make the left one the master. The customer didn't denote what he wanted, and frankly probably doesn't know all the details about it. I'm guessing, because he's fairly, well, no, he's not new. He just doesn't want to worry about those details, I would imagine. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna do, I think, this side as master. Anyway, I'm gonna kind of move this stuff off and get us going. That SA F22, not the best key set in the world, but not terrible. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to, like I said, I don't really want to delay this, so we're gonna get some soldering going on soon, quite soon. And so the guide actually calls out that your first step should be, you know, you check all your parts. Yeah, we got all the parts. Build steps. Here's a summary. Prepare solder components, diodes, TRSS jacks, I2C resistors, LED components, Pro Micro header pins, and luckily we've got a version 2.8, so these pins are slightly staggered, which frankly is pretty awesome because they should seat in there. So if you look at the Pro Micro pins, each one of those columns, the pins are slightly staggered, so it should be enough to hold the headers in there so that you don't have to, you know, like put the Pro Micro on there, press down on it, solder one pin somehow, the whole deal to make it seat down correctly. So I'm looking forward to trying that. Anyway, so yeah, add 2U stabilizers. We aren't doing that. Customer wanted all 1U switches, so solder. After that, we'll solder the switches and we'll solder the LEDs, which we will do. Flash the Pro Micros. That's actually already done, but if we aren't running super late or anything, we haven't burned a ton of time getting to that point, which we may have, then I'll actually walk you guys through the flashing the Pro Micros. It's literally just like any other, well, Pro Micro flash that you would do, I guess, but just like any other QMK thing, except that you jump 2 of the pins instead of like 2 switch positions when you power it on to boot it up. And solder Pro Micros, yes, solder RGB strips, which we aren't doing RGB strips underneath it. So they recommend using 2 of these case parts to do the bending, which I'm cool with. So that is what these guys recommend. 2 of the case sides. I don't know if that's the right width or not. We're gonna check it out though, and then, you know, tear all those off, and then yeah. So we'll do that part now. And these diodes are gonna go on to the bottom. Are they going on to the bottom? Yeah, they're going on to the bottom of the PCB. So in fact, they'll go on to this side. And that should get us where we want. Oh, hey, so right before we started, Divine Midget followed my channel. Thank you, man. I didn't, we were in the pre-show, but I appreciate it if you end up watching this. Anyway, so I'm gonna look at this spacing right here to make sure this looks rightish. That might be just about perfect. I mean, I guess I know what they're talking about, right? So we're gonna take 2 of them. And then this might be too many. 2, 4. No, it's probably just about the right number. So I measured off 20, and then that's like about a third of the strip, so whatever. We can bend them all around this. It'd be super useful if you know what we're gonna do. I don't want to do that though. Okay, well, I guess we'll just bend them strip for strip. You know, and these guys recommend that you, after you stick these through the holes, these through-hole components through their respective holes, that you bend the legs outward. We may do that. I don't know, man. I have reservations in all of my previous soldering experience. The wrong way to, in the long run, is to do that. But I'll tell you why and in what circumstances it's the wrong way, and I don't think a board like this will ever encounter a need to replace these components because they're diodes, and functionally they just don't really tend to go bad at all ever. You know, diodes have incredibly long lives, service lives. Mean time between failure, I don't know what they are, what they actually are in terms of MTFB, but they're probably not, they're probably measured in the, at best, or at worst, the tens of thousands of operational hours. Maybe even much higher, like orders of magnitude more than that even. I don't know. Anyway. So we'll start bending these around. So we're just basically using this like a mandrel, kind of, maybe not a mandrel, whatever, a forming jig of some sort. This is not a mandrel because it's, well, whatever. I won't go into the details, but yes, a forming jig. That's what we're using this as. Does not look right. Oh man, it's pretty freaking close. I probably should have torn all the legs off the one side first, so that we're not over bending these, because now I don't have much to hold on to. That's okay. We will be all right. Just pull them out individually and it'll be a pain. I have no idea what this song is, guys. The streaming service that I use, this is something newly added to this playlist that I'm following. Yeah, so anyway, you know, the funny thing is boards like this are actually pretty inexpensive. Like, I think the PCBs for this thing are like 18 bucks or something like that. Very, very low, right? Very low as PCBs are concerned. But the solder work, the labor portion of this thing is much more intensive than most of the builds that we do in terms of complexity. There's SMD soldering going on here. There's you're soldering on Pro Micros and a bunch of through-hole components other than just switches, right? Switches are easy through-hole components because they line up right. They come directly from the factory, set up exactly how you would want them to be set up. All right, there's a better way to do this. And I think it's something like this. Probably it wasn't that way. That wasn't too far off though. Faster than doing them individually. Yeah, not bad. I didn't get too tweaked. Most of them. A couple of them did maybe, but mostly they didn't. So yeah, the right way, by the way, to kind of tack these down would be the quote-unquote right way. According to me, I guess, according to people that I've dealt with in the past, would be to lay them out with Kapton tape. And I do have some of that. And we will use some no matter what, no matter whether I do this portion that way or not, the through-hole diodes, because there's underneath the Pro Micros, some of the switch legs have a tendency to stick up, and even though we're gonna trim them, they just to prevent any shorts at all. Yeah, that one will need to be bent by hand. Ooh, tangled up. Just to prevent them from shorting at all, no matter what. We'll probably throw a strip of Kapton between them, or electrical tape. I have that too. Yeah, anyway, we're almost done with these. So anybody here get any cool boards or cool keyboard related things going on in their situation? Be really cool if you guys did. Always like hearing about cool new Keep stuff. Anyway, okay, so if this is the left side, then the back side is here. We can start feeding. And just for the record, which you guys may or may not notice here, so there's diode pads like right here, and the square is for the cathode. Cathode? Yes. So this black switch pin goes in there, and that's, I believe, called out in here somewhere. Black stripe, square pad. Although I think it actually says it explicitly somewhere. I'm not going to go all crazy in it, because we need to do this doodad, right? So black stripe. And we're actually going to check all these after the fact. And so the recommendation is that you bend these legs out. Like, you actually take the two little tines and you build them out a little bit to keep them from falling through. And we can do that just a little bit, I guess. I'm not inclined to bend them way out, because if you ever want to remove that component, it's just going to be a pain. Like a really big pain. And it makes you way more likely to lift a pad. I don't know. There are so many on here. I understand why. Plus, like I said, they don't really fail that much. So I guess we could do it just a tiny little bit. And if you notice, I'm actually, because I'm not doing it very extreme, they're bending pretty far up. That's how I'm going to do it, yeah. Make sure that they bend not very close to the surface, so that they'll stay in there and maybe just fall out a little bit. Nah, I'm just going to bend it real slight so they don't fall out. Because it's so many of them. But anyway, these diode holes, they look like they're non-interfering, so they won't interfere with the switch pins. And if you look, it says some people stick the diodes on the top side of the PCB. I don't recommend doing it that way, because you can't replace them. So they agree with me. They totally agree with me, and that makes me happy. Cool. Either way, we should end up with a bunch of these. Yeah, I'm not going to do it on the front side. The front side, I think, is a bad idea. Not that it would be easy to replace this otherwise, right? Because the switches will hold the top plate on here out of there. Hey, what's up, Rexstart23? How you doing, man? We are building an Iris today. This is a customer build of an Iris. And I'm actually kind of excited to check it out and see how it is, how I like the typing. I've not had personally fantastic experiences or found much love directly for Ergo layouts, but I'm hoping this one will change my mind. Throughout building boards for other people, it's pretty continuously been a process of me being like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. Why wasn't I into that thing before? I'm just sticking this in here to use it as a bending jig. Yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to think of other ones that have been that way. The tofu acrylics, both of them that I built, were that way, where I was just like, oh, these are really cool. Even though they're RGB, and I've never really been into the RGB thing. I mean, I don't know. It's one thing to, from afar, or just like at a passing glance, and be like, oh, I like it, or I don't like that thing. And I think there's some value to that too. Like, you know what your style, what style of things it is that you're into, but it's still pretty, where did that last one go? Oh, okay. Weird. Trying to pick out where those go. So is it just the 2 rows? It is. Well, not the 2 rows. It's got to be more than that, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. Oof, that's extreme angle. Anyway, yeah, it's easy to passingly be like, I do or I don't love that board. That's just not me, I guess, anymore. Because after handling a bunch of them, I don't know. It's a little enlightening. You're just like, oh, well, that might actually be cool. Like, I will still, I don't want to say I'm biased toward, but I will still, if I've had a bad experience with a vendor or something like that, I will still be like, yeah, I don't know, I'm reluctant to buy a thing or something like that. But that's more about the experience than the experience with the whole thing than it is with necessarily the board. Then again, I mean, in the community, you're always going to have some bad experience with someone somewhere, even if they're a good vendor or good menu. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen one day. And you have to be okay with it. Move on from it. Like recently, I ordered from Centrac for a customer's build S65, and the order went into their sales system or whatever, and for whatever reason, like, their system glitched and they didn't actually have stock of that and aren't planning on getting stock of the exact thing, and you know, it just happens, right? It just happens sometimes like that. But what are you gonna do? You're gonna move on and you're gonna need a different board, right? It's a weird playlist. It's not bad, but if you guys aren't digging it, let me know. I will change it up. So, not a lot of chat today. What's going on, guys? You guys do anything cool today? I actually had a migraine for this morning. It's pretty miserable. Most of my day was forcefully relaxed. Hey, how's it going, Tiny Shiny Crumb? How you doing? How are you doing? Nice of you to join us today. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I had a migraine for most of today. I mean, it's gone. I still have a pretty minor headache. Kind of just turned into that over time. But headache I will take. Huh. I think there's extra resistor holes on all of these LED slots, maybe to make them dimmer. That's kind of cool. I'm guessing that's what that's for. Could be wrong. Nope, that would be the wrong way. Yeah, so like I said, I'm pretty against bending pins to keep things in, but it's really going to be the way easiest way. And if we were really diligent, what we could do, what we could do is actually Kapton tape these down in rows and then bend their pins back straight up so that we make it easier to remove them in the future, which is reasonable actually. Maybe we'll do that since we have the tape. There are wait for the LEDs. Yeah, there's 2 through-hole resistors actually that go on for the LEDs, but for all of them, I'm guessing that these resistor holes below each of the LED slots, which are they even tied to that? I gotta look at it. Yeah, they do look like they are. Yeah, they are. So they're in series, the LEDs. I'm looking at the traces on the actual board. I could zoom in, but it'd be real hard for you to tell because it's black. So the resistor rows are in series. Trying to figure out what those go to. Yeah, it's definitely connected to those pads. So these resistor holes right here, the ones right in front of my fingernail, are connected to those LED slots. So it's got to be to individually dim those if you wanted to, or change the brightness of those LEDs. Feel free to correct me if anybody knows I'm wrong and has a better explanation, but that's got to be, in my opinion, what it's for. So yeah, it's not SMD, the resistor. It's a they're through hole and they're included in the kit. Yeah, migraines are the suck. Debating what things you're selling in order to make back all the money you blew on keyboards. Already packed up SG-101, AT-101 to throw them on Mech Market. Yeah, that's sad. I actually don't have an AT-101 not W. I mean, I have an AT-101W, a few of them, but not an AT-101. That one with the 1U blockers between the 1.5U bottom row out or control on alt keys, for any of you guys who don't know. And those were in salmon, I think, right? I don't know if the AT-101 came in things other than salmon. Maybe it also came in black, but the AT-101Ws definitely came in Alps blacks and whites, I think. Sounds right. How do I know they're for resistors? Okay, so this is how I believe. This is why I believe they're for resistors. They have an R. below them. They literally say R and then a number. So that's R01, RC1, no, RB1, RC1. And because the board doesn't say anywhere that it supports RGB LEDs. Plus, it's got the R under it, and then the 2 resistor slots that are for the LEDs as a whole are they have an R next to them. So I'm presuming it's for resistor, and it looks like it's spaced correctly for that. And it does have the spot for SMD if you want to do SMD there. Anyway, so the switch has its diodes, this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, this one, so these 2 have theirs, so this one does, no, these go to these 2, okay, and then we've got one more set here. So yeah, that's how I not know, but believe they are. Plus, since they're hooked up to electrically to the actual plus and minus for the LEDs themselves, or the anode and cathode pins for the LEDs themselves, it makes sense that that's what they do because they're in series with that, with the in-switch LED positions. I think that makes sense. Okay, so those 2, these 2. I need to make sure all of the diodes are in the same, are connected correctly. They are. Okay, looks like all of our diodes are in the right way on that side. Might as well now do the other side. What about the other PCB part? That's annoying. Hiding under the box for the case sides. So this is our left side. Well, this is our, yeah, this is our left side. So this is the master. So on this one, I guess it makes best sense to do it this way, right? No. Well, it doesn't matter. They just need to go on the same thing, so. These through hole diodes in. Yeah, so RGB LEDs, they do make RGB LEDs that are like this, and they are that are through hole components. I've seen them. The what was that board that we did somewhat recently? The duck. Oh man, my brain is slipping. Which duck was it? I keep wanting to say Orion. That doesn't. Sorry, I'm having a hard time concentrating on this and trying to think about which one was which. What was the duck board that we built, guys? The TKL. I remember building it. It had hyperfuse on it. Unknown. Moment. Might have been an Orion. Is it the Orion? Yeah. No, Unicorn. Derp. I'm derping. I'm like, Orion was not a... Yeah. That's not it. Can't be. Anyway, yeah. So it was the Duck Unicorn X Legend. That one had RGB through-hole LEDs that mount just above the arrow keys and below the nav cluster. And that one had, I'm trying to remember, it has to be 4 pins, right? In my mind it has to be, right, for the addressing, but maybe it was only 3. I don't know. I gotta go back and look at images. Luckily I have images of it somewhere. Yeah, the unicorn. Yeah, so that one definitely had RGB through-hole ones, and so I just can't remember if they're 3 or 4 pins. I thought they were 3 sounds right, even though 4 sounds in my mind like it would be required. I know it's required for all the SMD LEDs that I deal with. Electrically, it makes sense that it would require 4. Like, how many different kinds of LED controllers are there out there? Anyway, that was an interesting board because I really didn't like it as I was putting it together, as I was fixing it, because it came to me damaged. But it wasn't even just that it was damaged. I didn't really like the way that the diffusers go in. I didn't like... There's a ton that I just didn't like about that board. But then I got it all together and I typed on it. And I was like, this is a pretty fantastic thing. So it just goes to show, right? Don't judge the build on only one aspect. That being said, that board had some damage. Like an SMD component had a cold joint or had come loose somehow, popped off a little bit, and it was impossible to visually tell what it was. So I had to, and I didn't stream, I think, that portion of it. In fact, I'm fairly certain I didn't. Anyway, yeah, so I think I didn't stream that part. Anyway, I was looking at it and it was like pretty obvious at some point when I was troubleshooting it what had probably come off, and I just flowed that joint and wham bam, it worked. And so I don't know if it's that PCB, if there was something in the QC of them or not, because it's the only one I've ever dealt with, or if it was literally, just a fluke. In any event, I hated working on that board. It was one of my least favorite boards to work on. And to program the firmware was a pain too, actually, because it uses the not Jigon, it uses what's it called? Boot mapper. But it uses a specific boot mapper made for that board, like the Snow PCB that it came with. Can someone enlighten you on what the diodes are for? Are they LEDs or for something else? Well, yeah, they're for the switches. So Shox is completely right. And in this case, like in many other cases with keyboards, the vast majority of them, and actually having this conversation with Shox, it could be done in more than one way. It could be done in more than one way. However, on a lot of keyboards, it just so happens that the way the controller is determining which buttons are pressed is that it has electrical connectivity to all of the one pin on all of these in series on the column with diodes between them, and then electrically in series on the other pin all of these rows in series. And so it's, yeah, I mean, so electrically it can kind of tell what grid position it is being hit, and these diodes allow it to address them correctly and not get like every switch in one of those chains registered as a hit. Can't trust a guy named Shocks. Wow, shots fired, man. Shots fired. I may change this playlist in just a few, unless you guys are all digging it. Maybe give it a couple more songs, because I never really listened to this one before. This playlist, I mean. Yeah, it also allows the way that these keyboards are wired up to the controller allows for full rollover on the board. So press as many of the keys as you want at any given time, and it will register as many of them as are being pressed. There you go. I knew Shocks would, if anyone, find the resource to talk about the wiring of a keyboard matrix. Yeah, and again, there are many ways that it could be wired up. But typically you find that it's wired up probably exactly as is put out there. What is the lightning for? Hey, thanks for the follow, After Racer. I appreciate that. I really do. Lightning bolts. Oh, got it. Electricity. Got it. All them lightning bolts. So yeah. So you guys definitely are not used to seeing me do all this, right? At this point, you're usually used to seeing me loop some stabilizers or whatever, and this board has none of those. Zero stabilizer wires on this board, although it does support a position that could have stabs. But customer is not getting those. He's getting all 1U switch positions. I might take that back. I don't know if they're all 1U. I think on these ones you can use taller switches. And these ones. We'll see. We'll see. But no stabilized switch positions for this customer's board. Anyway, we're almost done with all these diodes, which is kind of cool. I need to pick some diodes up, I guess, to have them in my little toolkit for doing. Probably some Pro Micros, because those are useful. Looks like they gave a couple extra diodes, which is good. In case we need to put any others in place. Yeah, man, I really appreciate you posting that link, because anybody who's curious should actually look at how a matrix works, because one day I may do a hand wire build on stream. I don't know. Hand wires, like if you're building a lot of hand wires, then you're probably pretty quick at it, but I have a feeling that would be a pretty long stream too. That'd probably be a weekend one for me. So I'll lines go down, yes. Black lines go down, down. Okay, so now, fairly certain that what we get is we're going to do some resistor soldering. So I'll throw that instruction manual back up since this is such a weird build and we're doing all the through-hole stuff ourselves. So soldering. So left PCB, right PCB. Yep. So this is the left PCB when we flip them over, right? They go like that. Oh, you guys can't see that. Anyway, so there's that. And then it says solder the TRSS jacks and stuff like that, which I suppose we can do. I'm gonna want to solder all these before I put those jacks in, but I do want to put the I2C resistors in because, well, it just makes sense. I mean, it doesn't really need the I2C. Technically, that's for like expansion, but since you're here, you might as well, right? The default firmware for Iris uses serial communication. Oh no, it does. Never mind. Serial communication only allow for communication between two parts, which is, yeah, between two parts. However, in the future, there may be additional parts that you can add, like numpad, OLED screen, etc. So why wouldn't we do it, right? Because it comes with the LEDs, or with the resistors. On the other half, so where are those resistors? So extra data, looks like is what they're called. And I think they only go on the one side, right? I normally use on the master left half shown here. Yes, okay, good. That makes sense to me. Huh? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's not the left half that he's showing there. This is the left half. No, this is the right half. Oh, because I have it in the correct orientation with it down. Yes. Okay, totally correct. Makes way better sense. Okay. So we will put those on. They go extra data. Cool. So we'll turn that Firefox display off. We'll get these two. We'll get all these extra components out. The reset buttons, the TRSS ports, and the two resistors. Now everything on here, I'm pretty sure just uses the same resistor value, which is what I had seen. And of course, all of you guys who know about electronics, which clearly a couple of you do, there's no polarity to resistors, so we don't really care. What order those go in. Not at all. Okay, we're about to change this playlist like pronto. Okay, so those are on. I'll zoom in a second. My music, all our playlists. One second, guys. All right, get something a little more electronic going on here for me, unless you guys want something different. There wasn't a link posted to the build guide. However, I will do that right now. Copy. Can I just right-click paste into this? Nope. Dang it. Of course, the keyboard guy always with the keyboard that's disconnected. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put a different keyboard on here. Good old KBD 75 with EPBT 9009 going on in there. Anyway. So there's the build guide, in case any of you guys want to see it. Nintendo. Nice name, dude. Nice name. Yep, that's the one. That is the one. Okay, so anyway. So we got those resistors soldered in, and then there's a couple more resistors that we're going to solder in, and then an IC, and I'm not going to actually put the IC on there at the moment. So that's... So turn Firefox back on for a second so you guys can see it. Thank you, by the way, for posting that, Lucifer. I do appreciate it. So this was for LED support, add 4.7 K resistor LED support in R3, which is right there at the curve, and then we solder a little component on right there. Resistors don't have polarity, yeah, we know that. The resistor that's seated with the Pro Micro. What? Resistors, yes, okay. Add the resistor that's seated. The Pro Micro has been inserted on the top side of the PCB. Yeah, that's not the case in this version, I believe. They're talking about some resistor that goes in here somewhere. This is what we're talking about. So, right side PCB, left side, so you need them on both sides. This is also not correct now. This has been fixed. This is a version 2.8. I looked at this before we did this. Tin one of the pins on the PCB, yes. Yeah, I know how to do SMD soldering just fine. Repeat the MOSFET on the other PCB. Yep, correct. Okay, so this should be, it should be labeled R3, which is actually on this, it's actually called InSwitch LED. So I'll show it to you so you guys can read it. So it's right there. InSwitch LED, and then that's where the MOSFET goes, right there. So, pretty straightforward. And so those are right here. Yep. It looks like there's traces on both sides of the board for this. It's kind of cool. I mean, like in exactly the same location, which makes sense, but it's just kind of cool that they did it that way. Put all those in exactly where I would want them. No confusion. No drama. So, here's the question. Do we bend all these pins back or not? Does anyone have an opinion? Because that is going to take extra time. I say nay. I think it's good. It's a bunch of through-hole components right there. Boys and girls. It is a bunch. I'm just making sure they all look like they're pretty flush. Before we start soldering in place. They do look good. Okay, so we got the I2C stuff in, we got all those in. All right, nobody has a comment on that, so firing up the iron. Let's get this thing going. Get ourselves a little bit closer in the action. I'm going to set this one off to the side because we're not going to deal with him yet. Ooh, my solder temp is slightly, ever so slightly off. Somehow. Come on. I'll take it. 743. That's what we're doing, guys. And girls, again. Need to be more cognizant of that. I won't upset people. Alright. Ooh. Yep, I don't have that fan on yet, but we're about to. Alright, you guys let me know if this microphone sound is just way too loud. No, that sounds like it's good. Can you guys hear the music over the fan? That's really what I want to know. Does the music need to be louder? Okay. that's about the best I can adjust it for now anyway. So, a thing to note when you're doing this through-hole soldering with long legs like this is that the legs themselves are going to conduct some heat. They're gonna need to heat up. So, don't be surprised if it takes you just an instant longer to really get good solder adhesion. Especially if you're working with an iron that is maybe not super spectacular. Mine's pretty good. There are better, but I guess my point with that is don't be too hasty, right? It's gonna take a little bit. And actually, there was something that happened really recently. I think I talked about it on the last stream, because it happened right before the last one, but I was working with a friend on a board of theirs, and they were using my soldering setup and my iron, and watching my technique versus theirs. They were like, how are you getting adhesion so fast on the iron? And in this case it won't matter right here, but with switches it will matter. And so these have round leads, but in general you want to touch both the pad. You want to touch the pad and you want to touch the pin, so the thing that's going through the hole, at the same time, to heat both of them up simultaneously. And that everybody talks about, but from a technique standpoint, they don't necessarily say the other relevant factors, right? So really, for this heat transfer to work the best, you want to get maximum surface area of the tip of your iron touching. And this is why sometimes, by the way, bigger soldering iron tips are actually better for a particular application, but they're also worse for the same reason. But the bigger tips make more surface area contact, or can, with appropriately sized pads and pins. So you want to, if you're doing switch pins, if there's a front and a back flat blade and then there's the two edge sides, you always want to approach the flat side with the tip of your iron, with the side of the tip of your iron, and that's going to get you that maximum thermal conductivity. This is an Xtronic Model 3020, and I don't recommend getting it if you can afford a better iron. So if you're going to get the TS100, which is a great iron, in fact, I was thinking about getting one at some point because they're portable. They are good. The TS100 is great, and then the Seed with 3 E's that occasionally shows up on Drop, or what the website formerly known as MassDrop. I think that is actually maybe a TS100 under a different brand name. I don't know. It looks a lot like it. Either way, those are, from what I understand, great irons. And when you're trying to buy an iron, Mustafir, there's a few important factors, right? One, reputation's always important. So does that brand or is that model known to be pretty decent? That's important. But also for your application, right? You want to know if it has good tip compatibility, which is one of the reasons that I got this, right? Because it'll take Hakko 900 tips. And then, does it is it temperature stable? So does it get to a very precise temperature and then stay there very well? Or does it fluctuate a lot? And I think those TS100s and stuff, they fluctuate maybe a little bit more. But they are great irons. They don't fluctuate a lot. Anyway. So those are two really big factors. And then features are another factor. So like this iron is the reason that it's annoying to me is that it auto shuts off after 10 minutes of use, which sounds perfectly fine and safe, but it takes more than 10 minutes to solder a keyboard. So for my intended application, in fact, I'm going to preemptively do this right now. Right? I'm literally going to, I'm not going to pull it out. I'll show you guys later. Turn it off and turn it back on, and it'll still be pretty much the same temp, so it won't take it a lot of time to be at temperature. But otherwise, it'll start cooling itself down to some extent, and that's irritating to me. I should create a gear command. Hey yo, what up, Heiny? Hey man, you missed it earlier. I had this out when I came over to this iron. Hey Droke, thanks for following, man. I had your awesome sticker hanging out here when I came over to the soldering station because you make awesome stuff, sir, and everyone should know it. Heiny is not paying me to say that, by the way. Feels bad, but I have to let you guys know that because I'm not taking kickbacks from him for it. Yeah, you saw the seed on drop. Yeah, and so I think the difference, like, there's the TS80 also, right? The TS. I'm not a sellout. Heiny makes great stuff, man. Also, not sponsored at all. So not selling out, just representing cool stuff. I know you're joking, by the way. Unsub. Oh, feels bad. Please don't. Yeah, so the seed looks like it's probably pretty good. I've heard good things about it. The TS80 and the TS100 are good options for things, though the TS100 is more powerful. And my understanding is that it's hackable to be even more powerful. Okay, I'm getting annoyed by these switch pins. They're getting cut. They're getting cut! Oh, you could have been punnier there, Tiny Shiny Crumb. It could have been a Keebspiracy. Ha! #1 official sponsor. Thanks for the cheer, man, of 1 bit. I appreciate it. Alright, I'm cutting these off because they're getting irritating. They're in my way as I get to the other side of the board. Also, Heiny, don't you judge me. You see these slightly bent pins, and I generally believe that's bad form. However, there's so many. And it's not terrible form. They're not way bent over, like I see somebody's. Oh, I think you're in good company here. Everyone would have gotten it. I would have. Anyway, yeah. So I'm actually kind of excited about this Iris. Like it, I really want it to be awesome because it's a board that I never would have chosen to build if it weren't a customer one, but usually when that happens, like, they just end up super freaking sweet. Somehow, like, apparently maybe I have bad taste, or not that I don't have good taste, but I have a lack of taste for some things that are good. That's, I think, how you say it, right? shiny object. Shiny, tiny crumb? Tiny, shiny crumb? Nah. You'll keep that in mind for... Oh, no, now it starts. I've started it. Everybody's going to get punny in here. I occasionally work with someone who's fairly punny, and it's somewhat ridiculous sometimes. He doesn't even go for the low-hanging fruit sometimes. Sometimes they're so subtle, it's ridiculous. I'm just not that subtle, I guess. Mine are super obvious. Come on. Anyway, now we're here. Getting in my own way here with all these pins. This is why I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna bend them over. So FYI, if you noticed, I did not test this PCB. And that's because, well, that would be very, very difficult to do, wouldn't it? Without the Pro Micro on. You can't put the Pro Micro on until a couple of the switches are in place. And you really need all these diodes to do all the detection anyway, so pretty much, if the PCB is trash or something, you gotta order a new one. It's pretty much the way this one goes. Puns are love. Yes, I agree. It's how you show people you care. So, Heine, man, if you're listening... Ooh. Wait, what? What just happened? $5,000 on PayPal. I didn't even see that. Nice. Nice. Okay, well, sure. Sure, yes. Who says no to that, right? No, I'm joking. So what I won't ever do is be a shill for anyone. Even if I am ever sponsored, if I ever decide that I'm interested in that, seek it out or get offered it. Just for you guys here to know, I will not shill out. It's not okay. I also won't slam people where I don't think that they were in the wrong for a product. Okay. So there we go on that side. That's kind of cool. So we did the LED, the switch LED. So let's do this real quick. So for any of you guys that haven't seen me before do SMD soldering, for no one who watched my Red Alice build video, where I did a little bit more than just this. We are going to do a tiny little bit of SMD work here. It's a tiny amount, almost insignificant, but important, because this build will have in-switch LEDs, right? So we might as well do this right now. So this is the right side. So we're actually not putting... Oh, we are. Yeah, they go on both. I'm not going to put my finger on that as I do this, but it didn't look like it flowed all the way through. Anyway, so there's two of these little MOSFETs, And we are going to put one of them on this side. So I'll peel back one little side of that. And there's that bad boy. So this is gonna go right here like this. Right? And I want you guys to see that on the instructions. So here we go, right? LED. Solder diodes. MOSFET. Doesn't show there, okay. So where's this? Hold the MOSFET with tweezers, right? So it goes right there. So right here. Right? And then we're gonna do that to both sides. So the way that they tell you to do it is actually a really good way of doing it, which is to pre-tin one of the pads and then do the other two. So that is one way to do it. There's another way to do it, which is to pre-tin all of those pads. We have the advantage of having a soldering flux pen here. So I'm gonna tin all three of them because why not? Right? So we got our flux pen here. We're literally gonna go boop boop boop. Get this flux all over there. Right, we're gonna throw that on. And we are gonna pre-tin this one side. So, again, we could pre-tin all of these, and that's a viable option, but we'll do it the way they said, so you guys can kind of see it. And I'm gonna have to solder, SMD solder with one hand, which oof, with the wrong hand. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna solder with the correct hand. Right. So here we go. So if any of you guys can see this, I hope. Man, the lighting. Hold on. So I should be doing this under a microscope for you guys. You know what? I actually need to do something else to get the brightness correct for you, and it might actually make it kind of a little hard for you to see. So we'll make a little bit of noise in the image. Anyway, hopefully it didn't. Hopefully it's good. But what we're going to do is we're going to hold that down. We're going to get that good. Inspect to make sure it looks like it's good. It's centered, but it could be a little bit better. And there we go. Nah, I don't like that. It's going over a little bit more. That's perfect. Just to kind of getting a little bit more flux on there because this will work real well. If you notice, we are actually soldering with the offhand, but that's fine. So the idea here is you want to touch that lead and the pad at the same time, just barely, just like we did before. And flow just a little bit of solder on there. And with the flux, this stuff soaks right up onto it, onto that metal perfectly. Right, so you guys can see. Little solder joint there. So this side is not as perfect as the other, but the other, these two, good. That one, mediocre, but it's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna zoom way back out, and it's gonna get real bright because I turned the ISO up on my camera. We'll leave it here. Anyway, so, oh man, brightness, yes please. Does it need to be brighter now? Ordered a polycarb H. Heine, why aren't you letting me get in on some of these proto buys, man? I would love a. No, it's fine. I understand. You do you, man. But if you ever want someone to build one on a stream, or even just somebody else's opinion, feel free to hit me up, because I'm in. You know how much I'm looking forward to HBCP. So anyway, so we got that one done, right? Now let's solder up this other side. It's enough lollygagging for me. Only ordering one. Plan to do a run in the future. PM me. Please do, man. Please do. I'm definitely down. So I know you're doing Alps support on that board. Do you already have the PCB designed, and are you doing Alps only, or Alps and MX support on the same PCB? Or do you want to share that yet? If you don't feel pressured to, because honestly, I get it. Your process is good. I trust that you'll make good stuff. What is this song? It's not bad, it's just weird, and I don't want to listen to it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, man. I know the run for those is going to make me happy. It's like there's one run I'm looking forward to right now. I didn't jump in on Satisfaction 75, but I am jumping in on Kepler. Like one solid group buy that's definitely launching soon, and then hopefully Irma and or Plastic Alice. Come on. It's a terrible angle to solder at. Those are like the things that are definitely coming out in the immediate future that I'm gonna try and get in on. And I think we're still waiting on word about Irma and Plastic Alice. When I read his interest check post recently, the most recent updates rather, I think he was talking about something about manufacturers and them machining out the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene having some kind of issues. And I've read about it. Like, ultra high molecular weight polyethylene is 100% machinable. There are videos of like YouTubers, come on, of YouTubers, machinist YouTubers who have done it. Like, absolutely. But yeah, polycarb is going to be way easier to machine anyway. Anyway, I'm looking forward to your board. A lot. I'm also looking forward to the group buy for the KBD 8X that I got in on. I did polycarb on my order for both it and the pad. So I'm way looking forward to that as well. I know you're busy with like prototyping and doing your business stuff, but have you gotten in on anything cool, or are you just kind of hanging out? And is anyone else getting in on anything cool? In fact, is anybody getting in on the Satisfaction 75? I'm 100% curious about that. Like, we got some people in chat. Hey guys. Okay, you're in on G60, waiting on that. Waiting to see what Scott Alpha's shutting down. Yeah, man. I know. You got in on the CE, dude. Oh, feels so bad for me. I did not. The group I posted, like, literally at noon or whatever on that day, and then the sale went up, and I missed the entire thing. Like, not that I would have gotten in anyway, right? Because sold out in 2 seconds. So I keep pushing 159. Oh, Satisfaction 75 is cool. Would have gotten in. Yeah, so I like 65 more than I like 75 also. Musafir. I really do. Hopefully I'm saying your name right, by the way. Anyway, I do like 65 more than 75, but it seems like a really cool board, and I wish Upas all the luck with it. I'm sure it's going swimmingly. I know the E-White one, or Cloud White, or whatever you called it, sold out in like no time flat. But I just can't. I've been getting in on a bunch of key sets, so I think my board fundage is being saved for Kepler, which I'm really excited about for the immediate future. Hey, how's it going? I'm that person. You want to build an H87A? Hey, thanks for following. I'm that person. I appreciate that, man. And Musafir, thank you for following. If I didn't say it already, thank you very much. Want to build an H87A by Heine, but don't have Alps or keycaps. Go buy my win keyless Alps die subs. Blue Alps on back market. Hashtag song. Nice, dude. Nice. Yes. Also, buy Gucci's stuff, man. Gucci's cool. And if he's got stuff on sale on Mech Market, it's I'm sure it's all good stuff, honestly. That Alps Blue Model M. Oh my lord. So good. I mean, mine needs some TLC. Like, it needs some switch replacements, or at least them to be taken apart and tuned up. But I'm not new to that with Alps, so I'll get it worked out. And those are super rare, so you kind of take what you can get with them. Not that I didn't get a great sample. I honestly like mine a lot. I think it's a great board. I did get a good one. It's pretty cool. Got your eyes on a candy bar though. That layout and those caps. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna knock it if you're into that kind of thing. I think vintage Alps boards and caps are awesome though. And I think you're gonna find a few people in this stream right now, including Gucci, probably including Heine, who are huge fans of good Alps stuff. I mean, anyone who was here for the very beginning of the stream saw those 1800 Alps caps that I have. Now I'm literally waiting for the HBCP. Yes, we did, Nathan. Yes, we did, man. Alps for the win. Man, now we've got all the Alps lovers in the stream. Yep. So yeah, Nathan, we were saying, Not Geo sent me some awesome caps because he's an awesome guy in 1800 layout. So when HBCP comes out, I've got the caps for it. Oh yeah. I re-show the Model M. Yeah, I will. You know what? Actually, I will right now because it's awesome. Nathan, if you're still here, you'll appreciate this. And I know that Heine will too. Boom. That right there. That right there. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Nintendo? Nice. Nice to see you. Yeah. Look at that, Nathan. Is that crazy or what? Yeah, because it's a Model M, so the case is curved. So this stem is huge. Yeah, man, in Blue Alps. What? And mine are dry lubed, so you can see some dry lube still on there because they're real fresh. Yeah, man, this thing is freaking awesome. It has some obvious drawbacks for a model compared to a buckling spring Model M. I wouldn't say that the typing experience is likely to be as good or better, at least, than a regular buckling spring Model M. Here, let me turn this off. And let me mute that for a second. So. Right? So, yeah, man. But this is the drawbacks to it. Oh, I thought I cleaned the caps. Maybe I just cleaned the Alps sliders. There's like some debris on that one. Anyway, so these taller stems, if you hit them before, when they were kind of dirtier, before I had dry lubed them, if you hit them off center at all, because the stem is so tall, you get a lot of torque on that thing, and it's more sticking than any normal Alps would be if you hit it like at a way heavy like top angle or bottom angle. But from regular typing, it's fine. Yeah, man, this board is super, super awesome. I'm super stoked that I have one. Of course you are. Yeah, I mean, anybody who's like super into Alps gets that. Blue Alps typing. Blue Alps is the awesome, man. It's totally yellowed. It's totally yellowed. The white balance is maybe a little off on my camera too, but it is yellowed. It's not super extreme, and I've thought about retro writing it since I got it, but I don't know, man. I kind of just want to leave it. I like it. It's nice. Yeah, pretty much it happens to anything that's ABS. And this one, mine doesn't have the sticker on the bottom, unfortunately. But I've seen images of the ones that do have the sticker. It's Model M, and mine doesn't have the badge either. That I may replace. I may find a badge and put it on there. Yeah, there are some ways to kind of help retro writing last a little longer. I don't think I'm going to do it because honestly, it's just an amazing board the way it is. I'm going to leave it. Yeah. Yeah, man, this is super sweet. There are a couple dead switches, and that's the only thing I will do for sure. Like this 6 is super chattery, and there's like 4 total switches I think that are really chattery. But I have some extra Alps Blues, so I'm just gonna desolder those and throw on better ones, or desolder them and actually make them work again if they're if they're workable. Anybody who's done some Alp stuff knows that that's sometimes part of the gig. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So I told you guys my NOS Alps Whites came in today. Or not today, yesterday. Boom. Did anyone say NOS White Alps? Yep. Alright, I'm probably dragging this on longer than it needs to be, but you guys can tell that they're NOS. Never before soldered. Super clean. Super good. These are the ones that were part of that Korean, the group buy that the guy in Korea made from some distributor that he found there that just had a bunch of NOS whites. They were on Desk Authority, is where he ran it. Anyway, so going back to the matter at hand, I'm going to start this up, but feel free to talk Alps because I think all of you guys know I love Alps. Alps are life. You don't have a Blue Alps board. Well, do you have any boards that are Alps that you want to put Blue Alps in? Because I think Gucci was saying he's got some up for sale either now or soon or something like that. So Blue Alps are attainable, and if you have something that takes Alps, you can absolutely make a new board that has Alps. Where was I? Oh, we were like not that far from done with this side, is that right? It's gonna help when I turn that fan back on. No, I did not. No, I didn't, and that's about. Oh God, NOS Blues. So you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, Nathan, but I honestly believe, or Heine, or anybody that knows Alps, or Gucci probably has touched more Alps. I actually think that white Alps, when they're really clean, are as good as Blue Alps, mostly. Like, they're as good as really good Blue Alps. Maybe not NOS, but really good Blue Alps. It's when they start aging, for whatever reason, in my experience, that they just don't feel quite as great. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's the plastic composition or what. But that's my actual take on them. Whites are real good. So if you have, and I am talking for the record, anybody who hasn't. Yeah, it's SKCM white, right? Because not the simplified ones. Heine, the 1800 you have is nice, clean. Yeah, dude. Hopefully we meet in person someday, and I get to see some cool Alps boards of yours, and I will try and make sure I'm able to bring some to the party too. Because heck yeah. I don't know. They just make me happy. Alps make me happy. So those of you guys, I don't think Heine and Nathan, you guys were here when I said it, but I actually know somebody who used to work for Data General, and they believe they may have some old Data General keyboards laying around, and I'm really going to try and get them to hand them over. I don't know if you're into other vintage awesomeness. I'm joking. I know you guys are. I know Gucci is. Oh, I didn't do those resistors right there. Blues are slightly softer, yeah. Blues are hyped. I mean, they're really good, dude. I'm not saying they aren't really good. They are. Ambers are really good too. Ambers are like amazing. In fact, of the three, I actually like Ambers more, personally. And for whatever reason, Ambers aren't a terrible price. Sometimes they're totally attainable, comparatively. Which is good by me, because Ambers are good. It's the only one you... Okay. Got an NEC branded Acer KB101A with white Alps. Are they complicated Alps? Have you taken any of them apart? Delicious. Because even the complicated ones don't, or even the simple ones don't feel like horrid or anything like that. It's just there is a major difference between the simplified and the complicated ones. And if anyone is curious about that, someone else is going to have to post a link to the difference. Complicated, yeah. The complicated one's way better. Okay, and we'll get this MOSFET on here in a sec, after we get all these legs off. LED MOSFET. Yeah, I'm a big Alps fan, and I'm always happy when other people come in and talk about Alps, because I could do it like all day. Don't get me wrong, there are some amazing Cherry MX switches or MX style switches that don't have to be Cherry. You know, Kale, Gatoron. I mean, all of the MX format menus make some good options or some good offerings. I've yet to see really great offerings out of Otemu, which is kind of weird because this board right up here, which you guys can't see anymore, this KBD 75 is rolling Otemu Sky V2.2s, and they're okay. I mean, but they're mediocre, right? They aren't as good as a Cherry Clears IMO. But they're passable. They're better than Browns, I think. Well, they're better from a tactility standpoint in that they have more tactility, which is the way that the community is going for sure. Heavier tactility, or maybe not heavier. That's the wrong. More rounded and pronounced tactility, at least. Anyway. So, now we're going to get that other MOSFET on here. Been a great year for you keyboard-wise. Lots of deals. Never built a keyboard, but have a noob kit? What do you mean by a noob kit? I'm curious what you mean. Clean each switch individually. Hey man, clean each switch individually. What do you mean by clean each switch individually, though? You mean like the stems? I mean, I just ultrasonic clean mine, and then dry lube them each. Lots of deals. What do you mean by lots of deals, man? Tell me all the cool deals. I like good keyboards. So do plenty of the other people in here, I believe. So this doesn't really need a bunch of extra flux, but it's going to get it to pre-tin that. Because it's going to suck it right off the iron if it's still there. And it did. even too much, to be frank. In fact, I'm gonna clean that off real quick. So you guys know that I don't normally like wick, but wick is actually real good for SMD desoldering. In fact, I would say it is the way to SMD desolder. So we're gonna get this bad boy. What is this debris on here? We'll reflow that side in a sec. After we tin these other two, or not tin them, after we solder these other two. Cool. Plenty of flux. Oh, so much text. You toothpick each one open, clean the sliders and contact parts with rubbing alcohol. Yeah, rubbing alcohol. It'll do, I guess. It's not the way I would do it, but it would work. You're not stupid. That's not stupid. A lot of IBM stuff and a few Fs. One AT, XT. Yeah, man, this is a place where we also love the hobby. We really do. I can't take all the credit, right? Because a lot of the people that come here, they're already into it, but I try and cultivate the part that I can. People into this hobby. And into knowing the important things for getting into it, or for being a part of it and being really into it. Are these ferromagnetic? I don't believe they are. I'm fairly certain they're not. However, I should have a magnet here. Where'd it go? Where'd my pen magnet go? Maybe it fell down? Oh well, I'm not gonna look for it. Ow, 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 ow. I don't know if I'm jealous of it, but I need to get into some recycling centers at some point to look for cool boards, maybe. They seem to be difficult to get into, frankly. They don't want you in there rummaging around because they're going to sell their priceless gems. The thing is they don't sell those. They just get junked or bulk sold to somebody who's going to destroy them for, the Mylar film that's in the boards that aren't the ones we're after anyway. Truth. I actually talked to somebody who's done that. He's like, yeah, I used to recycle the Mylar out of them, the capacitive film layers. And I was like, wow, so you're after the ones that I'm not after. Why can't I get in? Burn marks? Oof, dude. Whoa. That is so much rust. That's cool. At least you walked out with some cool stuff. Okay, the resistors are in. So this side has all the resistors for that. This side just has the resistors for its thing. Okay, now what next? Pro micro header pins, yes. Oh yeah, we need the TRSS jacks and stuff. We skipped that. So those go on the side that all the components go on. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna do well, let's look at the actual case. Do they go on there or do they not? This is important, right? So the clear plastic case in the center is going to have cutouts for it. I think it just actually goes around it, right? Yeah, okay. That's how that works. That's actually what I thought. It's a hole. So you can put it in whichever way you want, but we're going to put it on the bottom side. Because that's how they did it in the images. Oh, and our music stopped somehow. That's dumb. Let's get us on. Electronic chill. Oh, I know. I just actually cleaned up a bunch of my stuff. Like, had to organize all my stuff to take up way less space than it was taking up. Simply getting outrageous. I totally understand. Hobby that doesn't take up as much space. All of my hobbies seem to take up space. Okay, solder those all in. So I always thought that the TRSS was an interesting connector to use for this, right? I mean, different split keyboards use all sorts of different stuff. Like the VEA uses like SATA connectors, and these guys are using TRSS. I think TRSS is generally accepted as fairly robust. I think somebody uses USB, but I can't really remember. Yeah, I'm rolling around there-ish, maybe 2. Sounds about right. Maybe a little more. Of the worthwhile ones that I care about keeping, at least. So yeah. So there's those. And then little reset button doodadaroo. That's the official name for it, by the way. Reset button doodadaroo. I guess. Maybe. Joking. So if you guys notice, what I'm doing is I'm soldering this in place and then pressing against the reset button to make sure it seats flush, or as flush as it's supposed to. I mean, it stands off on both of them just a little bit and seats down against the little pin on the bottom of it, but on the bottom that touches the top of the PCB, not that goes through. Of course, these are curved. It's all sorts of weird. Out to the case. To the casing on this, I mean, like those 2 outer pins round out to the outer casing here. And the pin in the front, you can see, sticks out around the bottom of the case. It doesn't go through, it just touches. Anyway, so we got all the ports plugged in, we got all that good stuff. Now it's time for the headers to go in. These headers that go for the Pro Micros. And I think the smaller side go in, right? They do. This is what we're going to do. Because the pins want to push out of the header itself. those header pins are in. Come on. Okay, so we got that. Reset button doodatter, yeah. It's great too. Anyway, so yeah, soldered that side in just a little bit. Get these guys in. Some Pro Micros. Get these Pro Micro headers in. I like that they staggered these. It's kind of a pain, but kind of nice at the same time. That they like seat in there and they don't go shooting out of there when you lift them up just a tiny little bit. They're all seated down correctly. Those are seated. These are seated. Cool. In. Is my big fat head getting in the way of the camera? Hopefully not. Guess I'm not really centered up on there anyway. Okay. Thanks, man. I'm glad to hear that you guys think it's chill, by the way, to watch this. I really am. What's our stream timer at? 2.5 hours? It's not too bad for what we're doing, I think. Okay, so we don't have stabs to do on this, so that's going to make it a bit quicker. Let's go back to our instructions for this thing, right? Because remember, this board comes with instructions. Well, it doesn't come with them. How awesome is that, right? So now it's just soldering the switches. So you add the switches, then you solder the LEDs in, of course. Clip the two ones under there. We already flashed the Pro Micros. We're going to put some Kapton in place and then solder in our Pro Micros. Yarp. We're not doing a strip, so cool. It's switch soldering time. So can you guys still hear is the fan crazy loud? Maybe that helped. I don't know. I hope so. So anyway, now we do this one. We want to undo this. So we're doing gold this time. that's hard. Harder than I expected it to be. Alright. Notice I'm kind of walking my way around this because at every one of these intersections it doesn't want to lift very well. And then once we're done, I mean realistically, because the switch is clipping, we need to do both sides, not just the underside. Okay. We'll do all the sides. Okay, cool. Appreciate it, knowing that the fan is fine. It's not hurting anything. Fan is the bane of my existence, and all of yours probably too. And realistically, I probably need to put a switch on the top of my desk to turn it on and off easy, so I don't have to reach around it. Because it'll encourage me to actually flick it on and off when I need it or don't need it. Which would be optimal for you guys. For stream viewers, probably. Oop. Gone. There's plenty more where that came from. We'll have to do the next one in a sec. Okay, so that way, boom. Let's get a couple Zelios up in there. Oh, I left them over there. 65 gram, yep, these are them, and these are the LEDs. And this board supports Alps as well. Just FYI to anybody else out there thinking about making one of these, you'll have to get a custom plate made, I guess, but it does support that Alps goodness that we were talking about earlier. The PCB does. I'm sure someone makes a plate already or has a file for one anyway. It's easy enough to get one cut. Oh man, I was just thinking it was a cool idea. It'd be cool to make one of these and have a laser cut copper plate made or something that you screw down to. Get all that nice patina over time. It'd look pretty cool, I think. The decent what? Dulcet tones of the fan are blissful. If you can ahead of time, next time you can soak that stuff. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about it. Soapy water, I know. I've done that with other stuff. You know what? I'm going to take that advice, man. You've given me a couple pieces of advice over time that have been good, man. I appreciate it. I will, I think I will do it with soapy water. WD-40 actually probably works considerably better, but... And I know it's easy to get in bulk, but soapy water is even cheaper in bulk. Turns out. Oh, come on. Come on. Loose plates. I don't like loose plates, boys and girls. No, I do not like loose plates. Do not. Sorry. Yeah, the desoldering gun of doom. I know what TSC is talking about there. My Hacko FR301. I think BBB and TSC. Which, by the way, reminds me, where is Gloopy Pep? Always see that guy in here. Anyway, they always refer to my soldering gun as the soldering gun, or to the desoldering gun as the desoldering gun of doom. That's irritating. Okay, we're just gonna get some corners knocked out then, real quick. Nope, stay there. It's fine. You know what? We could use brighter. So if you guys were paying attention to what I was saying earlier about getting that maximum thermal conductivity onto here, you'll notice that I'm hitting the top side of the switch with the iron, where the flat blade I'm touching with the soldering iron, the flat blade and the pad at the same time. So a bunch of you guys may know that, but like some of you won't. It's an important technique thing. It's the difference between this solder flowing pretty quick and not. And with these big pads for dual Alps and MX support, it's actually more important because they soak up even more heat. They do indeed. Okay. I don't know. It's funny because a lot of people solder, and I see a lot of solder jobs that other people do when I rebuild boards, and it seems to me as though a lot of people don't know. All right, man. Let's do your build on Saturday. Or on Sunday, then. Or Saturday night. Whatever. Yes, Saturday night is better for me. Let's do Saturday night. Sounds like we'll be doing a stream Saturday night. No, I was planning on doing a stream potentially on Saturday this weekend anyway. So, Shocks is going to come over, because we know each other in the real lives. And we're going to do something really cool. I think you guys will like the board. To be determined what time exactly. First time showing up to one of these streams, you think, hey, how's it going, Teal Tracks? I'm happy that you're here, man. I really am. Feel free, by the way, this is an inclusive place. Feel free to ask any of the questions that you have about this stuff. If I don't know, are you into the keyboard scene already? Are you already into the hobby? Or is this a new thing for you? Because earlier we were talking about some not crazy but pretty advanced stuff in terms of the hobby. Alps isn't advanced, it's just vintage stuff that people get into usually after they've been in it a little bit. So you see my streams popping up on Heine's Discord. Oh, okay, so you're in there. Always working when they happen, but not tonight. PC Singa. So you don't have to. Hey BBB, what's up, man? You don't have to be part of the cool kids club and have some nice board to be here. I'm just wondering. It's the first time you've been in the stream. I was wondering if you came in, because I do occasionally, I think, get people who are just looking in the makers section and they're like, oh, cool, somebody who's doing this. So that's always awesome. Yeah, new person there, BBB. Sure. Nice to see you, man. Hope that you're having a great night. Your chat isn't showing up? Like, the sidebar is just not there? You have to expand it, or you're just not seeing it? You should be seeing the white chat thing here. Oh, it's hard to do that. Anyway, I guess it's here. Just had to refresh, yeah. Yeah, nobody has to have any crazy boards. Anyway, yeah, I always hope that people come in here and learn something cool, even if they're coming in from the outside, or if they're coming in from our already existing community. Hopefully, people learn cool things about soldering and maybe electronics at some point. Maybe I'll have to do a hand wire someday. Honestly, of all the people that I know, Shocks, you're probably the most likely person to make me do a hand wire build. Or to make me interested in it, not make me do one, but you know what I mean. I think what you and I are going to do over the weekend is going to be pretty cool. I'm excited to see that board. Your personal chat bar wasn't showing up. That's weird. That's super weird, actually. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me on Twitch. I mean, everybody else talks in here, and it's a little bit behind. Grocery shopping, painting, and watching Keebs. You're doing your own maker thing in the background, huh, TSC? Your own art. I wouldn't call what I'm doing necessarily usually an art, though there is many of the facets that art has. This is probably more, and then hand wiring would be like the next level where it's definitely becoming an art. I mean, it's electronics, right? So, but there's a lot more even technique to that. I've not done any full hand wires. I've fixed things via hand wiring, and even though Shox is going to come over Saturday, it's very possible that on Sunday I'll do another stream, because I have to fix a board, and then I have some chores to do, like some amber desoldering. Alps amber desoldering. There's other stuff, like I have a little 10 keypad I want to make. That's mine. Taking all the customer builds lately. I haven't been doing too many of my own, and I don't want to say I'm falling behind, but I do have some outstanding projects that I need to get done at some point. And I do have other boards coming for me, so like my boards. And so I'm definitely going to have to get those done. Whoa, so much. Supreme multitasking, yeah. Hand wire you an Alps plate spring numpad and get some practice in. No, whoa. I mean, if you have the parts, man, I'm probably down to take it on. I'm pretty sure that you and I can work out all sorts of deals that are bartery too. But I'm definitely willing to take on projects if they're cool. I mean, even if they're relatively mundane, if the results are cool. Gauge your ADHD superpowers. I feel like a douche now for your joke. Why would you do? No, it's not a joke. Whatever, it's fine. Inflation. New to lubing. Lubing your stabs this weekend. I typically use 5 grade 0, but you've got Super Lube Trebosis 3204 on hand. Absolutely, I would never use Super Lube again, especially if it's a board you care about. Use the 3204. In fact, if you watch many of my videos, you will actually notice that probably more of them I've done with 3204 than 205. That being said, I have a bunch of 205 now, and it is superior slightly. I don't know. It is superior in some significant ways, so I use that. But 3204 is absolutely acceptable for stabilizers. I highly recommend using that between those two. Have you done much stabilizer? You're new to lubing stabs. Okay. Go back and watch some of my older videos on it. I cover it in very large numbers of the videos that I do. I can't think of one where there's particularly good ones, but I know someone has clipped, maybe it was you, BBB, on my behalf, some stuff on stabilizer lubing in the past, and that might have been with 3204. 3204 is much more forgiving than 205 grade 0 in most instances, i.e. it isn't quite as viscous, so you won't as quickly approach the point where you've overlubed them. So I think as a noob, you're even better off with it, frankly. It's like the perfect newbie lubricant to use for stabilizers. Or switches, for that matter. And for all types, whether it be linears or tactiles or what, it's the perfect beginner lube to use. And it is an analog of Krytox 3204 grade 0, in case you guys were wondering. So if you're ever able to get that, that's a good option too. It's basically the same stuff. It was made to be kind of a clone of that. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Using 3203 on your Mint Holy Panda. 3204 is good on Holy Pandas also, FYI. Yeah, teal tracks. Yeah, so Superlube, it dries out. That's really what it comes down to. It dries out over time. You're that person. I'm that person. You have an AEK2 with salmons that need to be converted, but you're struggling to find some time. Converted. What do you mean by converted? I'm curious. Shocks, you're soaking up too much. Shocks is not, man. He's not soaking up too much of my time. You guys feel free to talk. Ask as many of the things as you want. And honestly, I'm happy that he's coming over to do a rebuild of his board. It's going to be super cool. Super, super cool. I'm really excited to see it. I would never have seen this board ever otherwise. What he's bringing over. Did anybody get in on group buys this week? Did I get in on anything this week? I didn't get on Satisfaction 75, if that's what you're asking about. I'm trying to get in on Kepler, so hopefully that happens. So that side, we've got switches soldered in. This side, we're going to get the switches soldered in. Now I'm kicking myself wishing I had done what Heine was recommending and soaked this thing. Actually, if I was smart, even soaking it that amount of time would have been good. And there's 2 more parts that require removal of this, although they don't have switch holes, so it won't be as much of a pain. Yeah, I didn't get in on... I don't think I've gotten in on anything this week. But I will probably... I'm going to get on DSA Scientific, I think, this week. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I had a bunch of TI calculators when I was younger. Like I have still. So I have a TI-83, a TI-86, a TI-89, and a TI-92. So I'm pretty stoked about that set, just from a nostalgia standpoint. I'm pretty tempted to get in on it. But I might also jump in on GMK Lime. I don't know, man. I'm really on the fence about it. It looks really cool. It's one of those sets where I have a feeling in the future I'm going to kick myself for not having gotten in on it. Because if I get more silver boards or lighter colored boards, I'll be like, oh, I don't have good sets to put on these, because all my sets are really dark. Not all of them, but I have a lot of darker sets. It's like GMK Camping, right? I didn't get in on it and in group buy, and I was really bummed out until today when I bought it. And it shipped today. Because the guy that I bought it from is apparently that on the ball. No, it looks super nice, dude. I'm bummed that I didn't... Like, it was so cool. It's kitschy, right? Because the novelties and stuff, but honestly, it's awesome. I don't know. I think it's super sweet. I'm bummed that I didn't get on it in Group Buy because it was cheaper, and I remember seeing it and being like, should I not? Oh my god. Apparently, if you're going back and forth that much, right, you probably should do it if you have the means and opportunity. Oh, come on. That has to be fixed. You can't just have sharp things laying around all over the place where your paws might go into. I don't know if it's not about the hesitation. I mean, you should hesitate on some things, right? Some things are somewhat ridiculous. Like when I see Serica for $600. Sorry, dude. Nope. Some of you guys are gonna be mad at me for saying this, but I don't even like the colorway. It's not even appealing to me personally. I mean, and if it was $600, I mean, I don't know, one day it'll run again, like Holy Pandas. And then people are gonna be bummed that they spent $600 on something that's artificially inflated and shouldn't cost that much anyway. Even if you are into it, it shouldn't cost that much. The market should not be bearing that much. Yeah, that's actually the biggest reason that I don't like it. It's not that I don't like katakana and hiragana and hangul legends on things. I do like sub-legends, but I mean, they don't look good, one, on that, and frankly, I don't like only having the option to have that. I would want a normal Latin alphabet only set of alphas for it, and it's just not available. So frankly, I'm not that interested in the board as a result, or in the key set as a result. Come on. Pain. These are a pain. This plate not tight enough. Just white out on the Japanese sub-legends. Oof, dude. Would hurt. Feels so bad. Oh. Spent $600 on key set. Fix with whiteout. Do not do. Yeah, I don't know. $600 on a key set. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely out of this world insane. Like, yeah, honestly, I look at this as exactly what happened with Holy Pandas. When they got to like $6 a Switch and stuff, you're like, no. Just no. I mean, I'm not going to blame anybody who did buy them at that price. Like, whatever, it's your money, do what you want with it. But I would love the market to stop bearing outrageous amounts on things like Serica or Holy Pandas, for that matter. I think it's damaging and toxic, and I don't know if Nathan's still in here, but I watched you and a bunch of other people, including Man of Interest and Pudsey, like, talking about this thing, and it's like, you guys are right. It's not good. It's not good. I don't know. You guys said it all there, honestly. Like, most of what my feels are on it got covered somewhere in there. I don't even blame individuals when the market's outrageous like this. Like, if you don't really like that set that much, now's a great time to sell. Right? Like, I understand the economy part of it. It's just what needs to happen is it needs to run again. And it'll sell like a bajillion sets, even though it's a colorway that isn't really that popular otherwise. And then, you know, it'll be fixed. It'll be fixed. The amount of butthurt, too, is like real about this.
$3,500 Jane 2s and stuff like that going up. Jane V2. Like, I wonder what will happen to Jane V2 CE, right? It's going to be stupid expensive, I'm sure, when it starts selling on the market. Although, there's way more of them than there were of original Jane V2. Float into the other part of that hole. I don't know. I'm not going to get bent out of shape about the community, the state of the community. The community's growing, right? So it's going through pains as a result of it, but they're not significant pains, really. Yeah. That's the thing, right? I don't want it to be a community where we're like, yeah, people are just flipping things because of the hype and because of the profit, right? So what it means is that manufacturing, the ability to run these sets needs to catch up. Like, we need some different, I think, kind of what is it? We need some different avenue to get these sets made, to get things produced in larger quantities. And part of that is the vendors, right? Now's a great time. Why do I keep doing that? Now's a great time to be a vendor making these things. Like, there's huge capitalization to be made because the prices are so outrageous. So anybody that wants to become a vendor is just putting themselves in a decent position. If they do this, sell these things, and they hold on to stock. Or the demand is so high that even with regular purchasing schemas, they probably could just make a lot of money. And the risk in our industry, especially if what you're doing is mostly group buys, is pretty low comparatively, compared to most sectors, because the community is already on board with group buys being a thing and being the way that they do this. And group buys are incredibly low risk for manufacturers, or for vendors rather. If we want to talk about economics, that's really how that works, right? Like, if there's enough demand to drive prices up this much, anyone who can supply that demand is in to make money. The end. Hey, good night, man. I'm glad that you came in. I'm glad that you saw it. Thanks for following me earlier. I hope that you joined my other streams. I'll be on this weekend a little bit, for sure. Times to be announced. I'll put it in the title, so anybody that comes and visits my stream while I'm offline will see it. Both of you guys, take it easy and good night. I totally feel where those guys, what Teal Tracks was talking about, though. Like, the state of it is definitely one of those things where it, like, frenzies people into buying things that they probably didn't want otherwise. Like, oh my god, that's a good price on that thing, I gotta get it. Even though it could be run as another group buy. And actually, this is where the discussion that people have had several times about colorways being someone's IP, even though they're not actually their IP legally, they can't be. Well, it's not that they can't be, it's just that they aren't in the community right now, legally. It's not their IP. And they don't have the money to start suing people over it. Anyway, people get really bent out of shape when somebody doesn't ask for permission to run a set that somebody else ran. And while I understand that, right? The prices are getting so outrageous that if those people aren't going to run the set again, they need to give that permission, pretty much is what it comes down to. And then if they don't give that permission and the prices are so hype sold into infinite value, they need to, I don't know, people will eventually just make them anyway without permission, and they'll make money on it because the same people that are complaining will buy the set, or a lot of them will, because it's easy to talk a game and be like, yeah, I don't know, people shouldn't buy this or support this because it's a problem, blah blah blah, but then secretly they'll go buy the thing anyway. And if they make that round just like the previous rounds, no one will know. So if they're using like standard GMK colors, only way I can get new boards is if I get a really nice deal on them. Sure, that's legit, man. Like, you should be looking for good deals, right? Be a good consumer doing their research, but this market really doesn't support that thing, right? Because the demands are so high that prices are going and supply is so low. Like, good luck getting a good deal on like a Key Cult 02 or 01, right? Or Gene V2 or Jane V1 for that matter. Or even Alice, right? Alice, they made a lot. There was a pretty large number of them total, I think. But I mean, shoot, in the first like month and a half that I started streaming, I built 2 of them. So clearly people, demand is high. That's all I'm saying. The market's growing. I hope we see more sales, more group buys and stuff. Although the last month has been kind of insane with the number of group buys that have gone on. Like, it does mean that people won't be able to get in on all the cool things anymore. I'll have to be more selective than they were in the past. And that's okay. Like, what does GMK Olivia sell for now? It's just start getting nothing but more scarce. Yes, I agree with that for vintage boards. However, for a long time anyway, unless our community grows real big, people will still be throwing away old boards because they don't know what they've got, or they don't know that there's demand out there for it. I mean, like I said, the organization I work for threw away like 300 before I was even into the hobby. Like, I didn't even know what they were worth when they threw them away. Like 300 SGI Bigfoots in granite, like the granite Bigfoot, right? I don't know, man. I mean, you're paying $200 for an SGI Bigfoot or granite Bigfoot. Like, you're just paying a lot right now. That's It's okay though. I'm sure someone somewhere might find those boards. Hopefully in a recycling center someone's digging through and is just like, oh my god, the mother lode. Or maybe not. Not worth Rip 60 grand, right? Right, dude? Oh, so much money. That's my 2 cents too. Oh no. Are you serious right now? Arrgh, soldering gun of doom. You know what I didn't do? You guys are gonna hate me because soldering gun of doom. I did not solder the backside of these pins right here all on. I just tacked them down. That's okay though, because I'm gonna desolder these and lift the whole plate off, the whole PCB off. Does mean I'm gonna have to resolder all the switches though. Bzz, yep. Messing it up, man. I'm an idiot. Should have done it. I did it on both sides too. Or didn't do it on both sides. It's okay. I will make this super quick because I don't want to take forever. We're at 3 hours and change. I know. How did I not do that, guys? It's okay. There's a way, honestly, for me to fix it without doing this. It's just not something I want to do, so I'm going to do this. Whole column, whole column, whole column, whole column. Yep, all of them columns. Oof, boys and girls. Look at that. pretty quick. The holes are so big on these boards that it's pretty simple. And so the reason I didn't do it right when I tacked the corners down is I actually because the instructions, there's more than one set of instructions that I read, and one of them was like, don't do that. Why, I don't know. It's okay though. That's why I didn't do it before. Then I want to deal with this bridging. The one that isn't done off to the side for a minute. Fixed. And there's so few on here because it's two sides that it's easy to get those back in. They're seated, yes. Seated, seated, seated. Yep, all seated up. Didn't solder all the pins. It's all good, man. This is a quick one. And these joints will flow real fast now because the pads are all tinned and so are the legs. But I do have to do the other side again. Also. I mean, at least I didn't solder the Pro Micro on. quick setback per side, I guess, but it adds up. But what, 10 minutes maybe? Luckily, I'm fast at this soldering portion. Easy to make up for. Easy enough. I don't know. I'm a little derpy after the migraine I had earlier today, though. For sure. It's been that way kind of all day. That is a common side effect for me, at least. Also, a little more scattered for the couple days after a migraine. All of those. Okay. Cool. Yeah, man. It did. I still have a little bit of a headache, but like it's not a migraine. It hasn't been since we've been streaming. Time for the other side. So if you notice on these pins, I'm letting them all kind of sit and melt for as much time as it takes for it to obviously flow completely. But try not to let them rest too long. For anybody who hasn't sat through my other streams, kind of optimal with a desolder gun. You want to let it completely flow, but you don't want to add more heat to it than you have to. And that takes a little while longer actually with this board because of these Alps and MX compatible. Through-hole sections because they're volumetrically larger, so they hold more actual solder. Like quite a lot more, especially on the upper leg. So the left leg of each of these. At least the way I'm using it. luckily, this was not a pre-soldered board or anything, so it just has the leaded solder that I have on here, so all of this part is way easier than with any OEM board or anything. For those of you who go to desolder an OEM board know that that'll require even more heat. Forgot about that Pro Micro, man. We don't do that very often, do we? Hey, good night, Shocks. Take it easy, man. See you this weekend. Oh, come on. So bridging joints is a thing you may have to worry about if you do a Pro Micro build. So be prepared and have some solder wick on hand, because with these so close to one another, that's really the fix. I mean, you can use a desoldering gun if you've got one, but even then, wick can be useful. Wick is especially useful for smaller joints, including SMD work. Okay. Here we go. So almost fixed. We're about halfway. Resoldered. Not quite. Pretty close. Quick repair. But now, right after this, I believe we're going to throw the Pro Micros on, and then actually, well, no, we got to do the in-switch LEDs first. So I hope correct understanding. I hope they're laid out the same as others in terms of where the anode and cathode are on the LEDs. So read that. Probably it says. Everybody else, it's pretty much done. Okay. Those all look done, man. Okay. Good night, After Racer. Take it easy, man. Absolutely. Hopefully. Alright, so that's done. Now we need to get those LEDs. Oh yeah, let's read which side is the anode and cathode. It should be pretty straightforward, but solder LEDs. Okay. Long pin goes to the circle hole. Long leg is the anode. Yep. Plus. Okay. Oh, they're marked. They're marked. Didn't even notice. Turn this off for a sec. More diodes. Circle hole is to the left, so yep. Diodes for days, I know, man. BBB, it's all the diodes. All of them. All those diodes. So you're probably wondering, how am I going to flip this over? Because I don't want to bend all these. Because I do want him to be able to remove his switches and LEDs one day without lifting traces and it being a pain in the ass. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this black mat, put it on top of this, compress the board, switches, and flip them. Oh yeah, thumbtack works great for holding in the LEDs to solder them. The thumbtack? Tefram, what are you talking about, man? The thumbtack. Flip with full confidence, yes. Like a table. You have to do that with... You have to know that you're right. Just flip that table. What's the thumb tack trick? What are you... I'm curious about this. Because I normally actually just like solder one pin just a tiny little bit and then even if they're like out of place, and then I push on the back of the LED itself with my finger while heating that one lead. Create a drop of blood. Yes, I agree with that one, BBB. LED holding demon. Here, hold my beer. I mean LED. I will click on it and look, man. I'm curious. Oh, yeah. Okay. That actually would probably work pretty good. Just like hold it in place. About the same thing. A circle of dry lube? I'm gonna need more dry lube. I don't have enough of that. It'd be a very small circle for a very tiny demon, I guess. It's not like salt shaker size. I guess I have the spray-on kind. I could just spray a circle. I guess it's a hope that these are oriented the same way. They are. Cool. Oh no, come here, stupid LED. I mean, this is what I was gonna do. What I need is something to weight that down. I guess yes, you don't want a giant demon, so that's true. Anyway. Now that we're done being silly. No, we aren't. No, we aren't. Not ever. What is this? Zzz. What? Never done being silly. Yep, that's true. Not once ever. At least they're 65 grams Helios and not 78 grams. Because I'm pushing against all of these. Come up. Okay. So that's what I was planning on doing right there. I think that I think that 78 gram is the best, but for my poor little fingers, as it comes to holding down literally all of the switches at the same time with just a couple fingers, I think 62 would be where it's at. Guys, see what I'm doing? Probably not, because I'm being an idiot. So I'm pushing on the LED itself, heating up the pad, and then seating the LED all the way down in the switch. The idea is not to put a ton of force on there, because you don't want to lift the pad as you do it. That would be antithetic to what you're trying to get accomplished here. So you want to like heat the pad the right amount and flow the solder, then kind of push. That'd be cool. Okay. So I'm good with that side. We'll go solder all those and clip them in a sec. 38 grams are no more. 38 gram switches. Dude, that's insane. That's actuation, not bottom out, I hope. Or was it bottom out? I don't remember. It's outrageous. Whatever it is. Okay, positive long lead goes that way, which makes sense. Bottom out. Wow, dude, those must have. Did you ever use them actually? Are you like joking, or did you actually use them and like them? Because those must have been like insignificantly light almost. Would have been the best for this. I don't know anybody. I don't know. I guess. Wow. That bottom out. That's crazy, man. I like heavy switches though. Yeah, because nobody bought them, of course. I mean, did Krail even use them? Ever really? Kind of want to ask him in his stream, right? Like, $62 to $68 is the golden zone. Yeah, I agree, man. 60 for a lot of people, that's just true. And I personally, I like 78, but I do understand, and I do type on things that are a little lighter too. When I'm going to type a lot, it's kind of nice. Kind of way nice, actually. But not a lot lighter. I'm like 68 for me is like, I guess if I'm gonna type a ton, kind of nice. Although I did just get 62 gram Zelios, right? So I'm gonna try and build something with them. Try those for a little while. See how I really like them. I mean, I like them a lot on their face, but I don't know if I like them like long term. We'll have to test. A lot of people say, and just right off, just touching them, I do actually think that 62 the lightest and 78 the heaviest Zelios are the best, but I couldn't tell you if they would be for when I'm like typing regularly. Teflon, bought some sprit springs, doing this. Weightlifting, what? What did I miss? Yep, okay. Just want to make sure. Going in the right direction. It would be dumb if I wasn't. I don't know what you mean by weightlifting. What weightlifting? What did I miss? I missed something, huh? All right. Waiting. This playlist is okay down here. Electronic chill. Oh no, don't bend those. I like this song. Kind of a lot. I don't know why. I need to go find out what that song was. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Got it. Added it to a playlist. Okay, then we'll do that same dealy over here. Okay. That one needs to be seated better. Okay. That side looks pretty good. I'm literally looking at them on the side, making sure they look lined up, guys. That one just doesn't look straight, even though it is, I guess. At least it's seated fully. Tiny little bit out, not much. Yeah, these are pretty good, man. Okay. Now we solder the other one, reflow the ones that are there, and then clip all those legs. Should be pretty good. Oh, come on. That was dumb. I didn't allow enough time. So I'm doing the rows, I guess, right now. So this is how you don't do what I just did, which is you flow the joint that has none on it now. Or put solder on there, let it actually cool off enough to set. Then you flow the other joint. With me being all fast. Touching the iron because I'm getting caught up in the actual LED legs. I don't like this song. So you guys are probably wondering why I'm hitting the leg that I already did first. in order to anchor it, to seat it, and that's because when I pushed the leg upward, when I was heating it to get the switches all seated in, very likely that some of the solder went up on the leg with it, and there isn't actually enough solder holding it down to be, perfectly electrically conductive. I mean, very likely it'll conduct, but it won't be like perfect. Won't be the right amount. Won't be a great solder joint. And I am actually finding that quite a few of them are like that. Okay, this should all be good. Yarp. Next, we'll clip all those, and then we'll throw on Pro Micros. Hey, dude, what up, Mr. Petrov? How you doing, man? Should tint springs different colors? That would actually be a really good idea, man. How you been, Petrov? What have you been up to? Anything cool? Any cool keep stuff, man? Good dude, nice to see you. Yeah, man, I'm glad that you're doing well. Relatively quiet on the keep front, waiting for Doro and Zeno and Koyu and Proto. Yeah, I'm waiting on, I think probably... Oh wait, you're waiting on a Proto? Ooh. Well, I don't know if you can share anything about that, but if you ever decide to, you know you're welcome to in here. Don't you worry. You've always got a place to come chat about cool new stuff. Booked tickets to KeyCon yesterday. Nice. Oh, it's an already announced. What am I missing, man? What are you making that I feel like I'm probably already aware of it. I'm just not putting your name to whatever it is. If it's already announced. I see so many people's names that drop in or whatever, like doing their own protos or their own interest checks for boards and stuff, and I'm like, oh, dude, that guy's doing that. I got to know, man. I mean, if we weren't in midstream, I'd literally go on Geekhack and search for your name. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. No. That's totally cool. That's totally cool. Understood. Sorry, man. Yeah, you and I are in on another buy that's somebody else's board. That, I mean, it's actually a small group buy. It's not a proto, but I'm super stoked about it too. So many, yeah, man. I'm looking forward to Kepler. Is what I'm looking forward to. That's what I want right now. That Kepler action. So let's make sure these are all still lined up looking. This one looks like maybe it got a little out of line. No, it didn't. I guess I didn't feel it seep down anymore. So look, you can see all those look lined up. None are taller than the others. I want the Kepler. I do too, man. Kepler is going to be so good, man. Black. Yeah, man. I'm team black, but like honestly, there's so many key sets that would go well with that silver that I'm like, I'm not struggling too hard. I'm gonna pick black, but let me just put it this way: if I won one, I would buy the other. That's how much I feel that I love that board. Truthfully. Hope y'all get the Kepler. Yes, you know what? You can, man. I will definitely stream its build without a doubt. No doubts in the world. That's why I keep in the Discord for it. I keep like, please tell me exactly when it will pop. I just want to be there. I know I gotta watch Brian stream for it, which is no big deal because I like watching Brian stream, but I just don't want to miss it. And 159 keeps being like, I don't know, there's only so many people in the interest check. I can't imagine. And I'm like, I can imagine it selling out instantly almost. So please, for the love of all things, when? because I really want in on it. I really don't want to miss out on that one. Like, really, really don't want to. It's one of the most exciting boards coming up for me. Okay. Cool. That's all good. Now this one. Flip all these legs. Hope you all get the Kepler. Yeah. Nathan Kim hasn't built the Keplers. No, I mean, he's going to build it too, but he's going to build it after it pops. I mean, I don't think it's that. I mean, Brian's doing a giveaway for it, I think, right? So I'm going to join that, but it doesn't matter. I would still buy it. It's like number 2, right? It's like, cool, yeah, if I won, that'd be great. But, like, I'm already planning on buying the thing. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's not even that it's hype. I mean, I actually just want it. Like, it looks awesome, and 159 is cool and does cool stuff, clearly, and is into some premium things, or things that I think are pretty primo, and want. Anyway, whatever. Here we go. So, this goes... So our left side, which is this side, should be the master. We should have 2 extra. Yep. Okay. So this is the master. So the master, which is this side, gets its Pro Micro soldered a different way than the others. So let's turn on our Firefox display. Let's go up to... Great. Where are the Pro Micros themselves? Okay. So we're looking at this. So there's something else we need to do, which is we need to clip these guys. The switch pins under here stick out quite a lot. That needs to happen on both sides. Say goodbye to your little legs, Zelios. Okay, so that's done. Then the Pro Micros go on. Set the Pro Micro, blah, 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 blah. Okay, markings on the PCB, that's great. Making sure that RAW and TXO. Okay. So that's raw and TXO, which means that these ones because raw's up here, TXO is up here, raw is here, and TXO is there, so it should go like this. We seeded these, so don't know how they're off now, but they weren't very off, but just a tiny little bit. Okay. So that's how those go, but we're gonna throw some Kapton tape under there. Kapton tape there, just to insulate this thing electrically from the Pro Micro, because shorting out that Pro Micro would be pretty terrible bad. Okay. So anyway. So there's that. Let's make sure that we're good. So the right half, which is this one, yep, should look like that. Good. And then the left half should have the eagle, and it should be upside down. Cool. Before we solder these on, I'm going to re-look through all this, make sure that we did all the steps, because I don't want to have to desolder for micros. Right half is there. Correct. I already flashed the Pro Micros, clipped the leads under there, soldered in the LED leads. Switches are all soldered in, no stabilizers left. So we did all the diodes. The headers are all soldered. Pain in the ass. Both of the, well, those could be done at any point, but they are both soldered on. MOSFETs. All the resistors are in. The I2C stuff is there. All of the jacks are soldered on, I think. The reset buttons, rather. Yep. The jacks should all be soldered in too. Yep, all soldered in. Okay, everything is good, man. We're gonna solder these Pro Micros in. The micro. Cool. Get it all in. Boom, boom. Oh, this is still on. That's not good. Actually, all that's doing its thing. So try not to leave your soldering irons on all the time because it's not great for the tips. They oxidize when they're all hot like that. You know what I'm going to do to just make this easier on myself? Just flux that real quick. Because these are tiny pins, so any solder that sticks to the end of the iron, I want to just flow real easy. Basically, it's almost like a drag solder. It's not, but I touch the, it's way more likely that you'll touch the solder direct to the iron, these tiny little round legs, than like switches or something like that, at least. So if I just flux that, it'll want to flow more naturally down onto the pad and lead. And I am in fact seeing that to be true. I don't know if this fits in the case. Do people trim these little leads down too? I guess we'll see. Might need to be trimmed. I don't really like these. Like it's not like dangerous, it's just way more sketch than most of the boards that we build on here because, you know, you're not able to like fully test the PCB first. You're just able to test the Pro Micro that it takes a load. There's a joke in there somewhere. I might as well, before I even solder this one, plug this bad boy in. Check it out. Unplug my one of those. These are extraordinarily long cable. Oops, sorry guys. Bump the mic. So this is the master, so something should happen. With any luck. So nothing is happening. So maybe this cord is too long. Oh, device is ready. It says that it's a thing. Oh, okay. Maybe the LEDs aren't turned on. Yeah, I'm getting stuff. So I need to look at the default setting. It's possible that I need to just do the other one. Yeah, dude, it's a bit extra. I don't have a lot of micro USB cables, okay? That's what it comes down to. Okay, so QMK configurator is what I used to build this load, and I just used the default. QBO Iris Rev 2 load default. Okay, so this is function layer. So what's on the function layer? Is there an LEDs on or off thing? Okay, and then I get to function layer 2 is on the other side. So once I get to function layer 2, I should be able to. No, that's toggle RGB, not backlighting. I'm really hoping those work. I mean, I know we soldered them in the right direction. Anyway, sorry, man. Sorry, it's a bit extra. I mean, I could test this. No, I can't. It's not soldered yet. So we'll solder that together real quick. Our music's done? Okay, well, I'll go fix that in 1 second. soon as we're done soldering this one, guys, I'll start that music back up. The web player for the streaming service, the streaming audio service that's paid royalties that I use, the web player is not that good. And there is no, like, app as far as I can tell. So it just sucks. Anyway. Okay. So instead of doing this way, I'm just going to plug it in with the TRSS cable to each other and see what we get. Sorry, man. It's so much cable. I have a better one on my main rig. Anyway, so that why is that not working? Yeah. Possible it's not. There we go. It just wasn't plugged in all the way. Maybe? So this is a function layer. That's okay. That's easy enough to fix. Missed 2 diodes. But I can fix that. No. I don't want to go over there. You know what? They give a ton of extras and they're just going to literally cut more. Easy peasy. It's okay, boys. So what I don't know is why the backlight isn't on, and I'm guessing it has to do with software, literally. Easy peasy. Okay. It actually looks like it takes a second for it to boot, maybe? Okay, so that's good. So now, this, hold on, let me find the layers. So layers, 0 layer, this right here is function layer 2, and function layer 2 has these like brightness settings. I don't know if it works. There's toggle RGB, but that's not what I'm looking for. There's really no like backlighting mode set up on here. Come on. On the default layout. Hue, saturation. There's only RGB stuff. So I literally have to load another one. Okay. Well, lucky for us, literally all of the in-switch LED stuff is on this side. And it is soldered on both of them. Oh. I'm wrong. Or am I? Wait. Well, it's soldered on to the other side here, but it shouldn't matter because they are electrically. I hope it doesn't matter. It shouldn't anyway because this side is the control unit. So worst case scenario, that the MOSFET on this side would not work, but it is on the other side. So I'm pretty sure it's just a backlighting off scenario. But yes, on this, the MOSFET's actually soldered into the other side. I can see it, which isn't that good, but it's not terrible. So what we're going to do is we're going to move over to the main rig, and then we're going to compile and build a new one. What up? All right. So,
So hold on one sec. Let me pull up QMK configurator over here. Compile. So Iris Rev 2, load default, switch over to layer 1. Oh. Well, there's a backlight plus. Wait, there is a backlight plus. I guess I missed it. It's not a backlight minus, though. Okay, well, we will try. We will try. Before we reload it. It's on layer 1. So it should be this. Delete. So there's BL plus here, and it doesn't seem to be doing what I want. And there's RGB modes, yeah. So I'm gonna have to create a new one. So backlight plus on layer 1. Where is backlight? Keyboard settings. So toggle black backlight. Backlight on. Backlight off. Compile. So what I did is I made backlight plus, backlight on, backlight off. Hopefully that works. Because this side should work no matter what. No matter what, no matter what. It's all soldered in the right place for sure. This one, it's soldered in the right place. It's just on the other side of the board. Which shouldn't matter, but... because there's traces for both of them. So let me find... QMK. QMK toolbox. How do I put this thing in reset? Is there a... Is there a default debug mode? No, of course not. There's a reset. Come on. That's super irritating, but okay. There will be one.
is debug. Keyboard settings. What tab is the debug mode on? Sorry guys, trying to find the like debug mode so I can get it to go into DFU. Debug. There we go. Compile.
Anyway. Yeah, this is a TX84 SE. Ooh, I see clicky bit. Yep, clicky bit. From someone important. Cool gift. Anyway, download this firmware. We don't need this anymore. Okay. Download. Show in that folder. Put that over there. Okay, now to put these in DFU, like from the factory, you connect its TX. It's a ground and reset, so it's these two pins right here. While you plug it in, and then you unplug it. Sorry, guys. Cool. Now it's in there, and I'm going to flash it. Programmer did not respond, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that didn't work. And I've seen that. I saw that happen yesterday a couple times. That loaded. Disconnected. Connected. Let's get our TRSS. I don't know that I need to load it on to both sides or not. I guess we'll find out. So this plus backlight on at least. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what that backlight thing is. Is there a switch specific one? Because realistically, like if this isn't plugged in, and this thing starts up, should just work. Yeah, dude, Slate is so nice. I mean, I could pull out SGI Granite though. Anyway, on the Salamander, right? It does look very similar. It's not exactly the same, but it is similar. So yeah, I don't actually know why these aren't. I don't know what the deal is with that. I have an idea, I guess. I can try. Give me 1 minute. I didn't move the mic over, so it's not gonna be as good. Maybe this is a cold joint. All right. So now we will try. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I'm hoping. Otherwise, I got nothing. I'm gonna have to pull out this voltmeter real quick. Either way, I think we're about done, at least on stream. Like, I'm gonna make sure there's no voltage going across here. We didn't like plug it into the wrong. We didn't like solder the switches in backward or something. Yep, there's no voltage. Yeah, there's no voltage going to the MOSFET or to that resistor. I wouldn't expect there to be anything to the resistor. So it's like they're commanded off. So I think it's a setting or something that I'm not sure of. Anyway, I'm gonna throw the case together and I'll have to work on the backlight a little bit later. Guys. So we're gonna move that. Yeah, it's got to be a setting thing because there's no voltage going to the MOSFETs. So it's either something is defective or, I mean, yeah, everything's soldered in together, right? I mean, like I said, the MOSFET is on the back of the board on the other one, on this side, right? You don't see the MOSFET, but it is on the other side. We definitely soldered it in. But electrically, that should not make a difference, for sure. Because this side is irrelevant to the equation with the backlighting on or off. I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna see if this... Do those clear? Man, they do, just barely, huh?
Crazy. I believe they do. Yeah, they do. Oh, ever so slightly. Anyway. Yeah, if I had to choose one, Alps or Cherry, it'd be straightforward. So I'm not going to troubleshoot this thing too much more. The in-switch LEDs. I'm sure there's a really simple explanation that isn't it was soldered wrong. It's got to be software without that, without voltage going to the MOSFET like that. At least I believe so. I'm going to put this together and then I'm going to throw some keycaps on it. Because watching me troubleshoot software is not going to be fun. Anyway, where are those other parts? Damn it. LEDs all over the place. Okay. Parts out. Case screw parts. Where are you guys?
Itty bitty Phillips bits. Going to be easiest, I think, to throw these screws on this way. Four, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. I feel like that's not enough. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Is it just the outside that's supposed to happen? Because it's not like I have more of these. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm supposed to be doing these internal ones. Maybe I'm wrong though.
So if I look at this, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. This is the same. I don't know what that's all about. It's like you can get a couple more in the middle if you want. But like, why? I don't know. In fact, I would want more flex there, if anything. Yeah, it's not... Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's not RGBs. It's white glow. And I just can't, for the life of me, understand why they are not functioning. There's actually, like, no voltage going to those pins. So... it's gotta be... I don't know. Like, there's nothing going to the MOSFET, so it has to be that the Pro Micro isn't sending current. Thank you, though, man. I do appreciate it. So I'm gonna get this going, get some caps on it real quick, and that's that, man. That'd be all she wrote. If I mean, I'll mess with the software on my own time. It looks like there was 1, 2. Oh no, there are the internal ones. It's just not enough standoffs to get it going. I don't know. It will be figured out. Just not on stream time. But I'll try and put something in the comments on the YouTube video about what it was. I'm sure, again, it's either software or something wrong with the Pro Micro itself. But it's like a question I would reach out to Kibio for if I can't figure it out anyway, so. Oh, the bottom. So this piece is like loose. I mean, it's all torqued down. It's just, and those pins aren't actually touching. Yep, this acrylic piece is actually just shorter than the others. And there is a gap, ever so slightly. Kind of see it. It's hard to see on camera. But I can see it. It's ever so slight. Anyway. So if this one's the master though, I wonder if its lights come on. Or if there's power going to the MOSFET. Whatever. No, I gotta check it out. Nope. The MOSFET pins don't have any power going to them either. Oh well. Yep. Well, that one was super easy. Man, just throwing stuff all over the place. So, any of you guys have an iris? Because that would be an interesting turn if anybody could be like, hey, this thing. It's this. Nah, whatever. I'll look it up. I'll figure it out. Yeah, man. I don't know. I wish I knew right off the top. I'm sure I'm just gonna have to dig around. Like, straight up, no voltage going to that pad means, or going to the MOSFET at all, means that there's simply nothing coming from the Pro Micro, so it's got to be software or something busted on the Pro Micro itself, which I kind of just don't see, right? I mean, we soldered all the joints. It's definitely tacked down. I mean, there just isn't a good explanation for that. So, in absence of a good explanation, I'll just I'll try and mess with it in software, and if I can't get it to come on or I can't get it to work, then I will contact Kivio and be like, hey, what's wrong here, buddy? And who knows, maybe it's like maybe it's one of those like, well, something's busted on the board or something. And unfortunately, like I said before, you can't really test this PCB until you solder it all together. But it's not on the other side either. It's not on either, so like when I plug that one in to micro USB, it should be its own master. So they're not on by default, at least. So there are some other things I can do, like trying to program that one with a layer that allows me to turn it on, and then see if that one can turn itself on, because its stuff is all soldered correctly too. And but I mean, they talk I2C to each other, if I'm correct and like understand it correctly. So commanding one of them, commanding the other one to turn on, should turn its on. So if they're wired up correctly or powered correctly, and the software is telling them to turn on, they effectively act independently in that sense. Or should be. So if it were like something is wired wrong on it, and you saw me like actually test the LEDs themselves first, I was like, is there some voltage coming out of here? Am I reverse polarity? But I mean, we put the anode and the cathode where they're supposed to go on those two, so it is what it is. All the perimeter ones, yep, okay. Yeah, so these insert pieces are less deep than the standoffs are, so they rattle. Not the best case, apparently. So yeah. So that's the thing. Sorry.
All right. Oop. So we're gonna put this all over here. We're gonna get rid of this for a minute. Get rid of that. Plug these two halves into each other. You guys can't hear me, right? Yeah? Okay, good. These two halves into each other. Switch it up. Oof. Uh-oh. What'd I do? What did I do? I stopped the music somehow. Well, I found mute. I found the mute. Let's switch hitter. I did. Yeah, everything lights up the way I would expect it to. That's all of it, man. Okay, well, keycap time. I only have like one keycap set where I probably have the blanks for this. And even then, I don't even know if it's right. What's this set? The Inmix Retro or whatever? It's not those. Or those. Or those. So awkward. Oh, M. Such an awkward thing for me. Come on. Is there a home on here? I would imagine there is. So yeah, I have some blanks. That's what we're gonna put on here, I think. No, we don't want that. Wow, it's such a weird layout, man. I don't know, it'd be super awkward for me to type on this all the time. Scroll lock. So what do we have on that first layer? Where's it delete? There it is. And then that's it. Here's a numpad. There's blanks and stuff. I don't think I have like actual. This is like an Ergodox kit. And there's Mod Pros, so there's probably like when you enter or something like that in here, I guess. Yeah, there's an Alt, Control. So like, here's a control. There's this. Is there an alt somewhere? There's gotta be an alt somewhere. That and that. And there's a Windows key. And there's a shift. There's actually 2 1U shifts on here, and I only have 1. No, I have 2. Weird. So I didn't see an enter. So we're going to do this. Blanks. Enter. Actually, this is like tilde, which was in here. Weird. Okay. So that's a backspace. It's gonna be super awkward. And this is gonna be tab. And this is space. So we're gonna do a white one. Okay. Super strange. But here we go. Do a typing test real quick. This awkward board. Yeah, dude, this is gonna be terrible. The words per minute here are gonna be atrocious. That's the right set of words for this. Oh my god. So space is here. Backspace is up here. Shift is here. Shift is here. Oh my lord. This is gonna be so bad. I can't even get to the website. Oh. Yeah, I can. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so you guys get ready for this. It's gonna, come on, seriously? Close it. And that. I gotta redo this. This is so bad. This is gonna be so bad. Go to her. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh. 24 words per minute. Which you guys can't see. So bad. So 156. Nice. I kind of want to try it again. The staggered is super throwing me off. I have to like look down every now and then. Like, what am I doing wrong? It's so okay. Yeah, I can't. It's so weird. Like, so what's happening is, yeah. So, I nailed it. 24 words per minute. So what's happening actually is super strange, right? Because it's ortholinear. Like, my brain, like, I'm correcting and I'm finding the wrong letter, and then because they're linear, like, my hand is trying to move over even more the other direction to correct. It's super weird. Oh my god. Yeah, it's way bad. Guys, I can't. Yeah, I can't do it. My brain is totally terrible. 24th, the best. 24 words per minute, ortholinear iris. Freaking whoa. Freaking whoa. So hard, guys. So hard. Don't even know. So that was terrible. But here's the sound, in case you guys are interested in that. Like, it's super rattly. Super rattly. So if you hold the top piece, it doesn't rattle. So basically, sorry. This piece right here, you can see it wiggle. Isn't as thick as the standoff is, so it needs like a washer. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this apart, and I'm going to use some of those nylon washers that I use for other stuff to touch they're too thick though. Maybe not. I don't know. Or at least I can put them like right here where they're the thinnest, where it's the most obvious, to try and make sure that it doesn't rattle. Dude, I do not love this board. Sorry. I don't love it. But I will figure out what's going on with these LEDs somehow. Anyway, yeah, real bad. Feels real bad. I will figure that part out. You know, to each their own though, preference-wise, like, the layout may really work for somebody. It may. Someone may really love it. BBB correctly predicted NK's. Nice, dude. I bet you would not have guessed 24 on mine. It's so bad. That's like the worst ever. Anyway, I'm gonna take some pictures of it. I'm gonna try and get the lights on. I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll try and figure that out. Take some pictures. If I do figure it out, I'll let you guys know. Underglow would have been kind of sick on it at least, I think, but I don't know. Anyway, you guys have a great night. I do need to figure out what's going on with this thing, but I don't know if it's going to be right now. I'm going to do some Google searches and try, but yeah, this board. It's definitely got to be de-rattleified there. I'll figure something out to do with that to stop that. Even if it's like silicone. Like literally just put silicone in there or something. I don't know. Anyway, you guys have a great night. I'm going to sign off. I got some cool boards coming up soon. I got... Is it an LZ that I have coming up next week? I need to look. I have... Next week, I have a... No, that's the Iris. That's the day. Oh, next week I have an Eagle. I'm going to do an Eagle again. But I'm going to fix a CA66 probably this weekend. And I'm going to do a little... a pad, a 10-key pad from KBD Fans, the V1, to match my Salamander and this Red TX84 SE. And it sounds like I'm going to do shocks. Well, he's got we're going to do an unboxing and a switch replacement in something he's got. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. So this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, it sounds like. All right. Have a good one. Bye.